T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
There's something happening here, but what it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds are getting so much resistance from behind. Time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street, singing songs and carrying signs. Mostly say hooray for our side. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Paranoia strikes deep into your life, it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop now. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Children, what's that sound?
And one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we're screwing the hedgies this morning. It looks like a typical Friday. I mean, we're sitting here looking at the price. Who didn't do this? Who didn't wake up and go, oh man, come on, really? But look at the volume. Look at the volume, guys. Look at it. How does this not mean the bang? How does this not mean the bang? We are going into new levels here, guys. Bang, bang, bang it. Oh, man. Oh, I can't wait. 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 Is there a song for that? I don't know. I can't wait. I did, man. I tell you what, I woke up. The first thing I did is, it's a natural thing to do, I guess. Maybe just look at the price. And I was like, ah, come on. Come on. And then I saw the volume and I was like, oh, man. Oh, boy. Yeah, it's a good morning, guys. I don't even know what you're writing. It doesn't matter. If you're not excited and pumped about this volume, you don't know what's going on. You're new to the channel, maybe. I don't know. But it's good. It is really good. Yeah, I guess this is a good point to make right here when I sit here and I tell you guys that if you don't have pre-market buying abilities or selling abilities and after-hour market buying and selling abilities, this is the reason why. You couldn't have gotten in on these lows if you didn't have it. You couldn't have gotten in on these lows if you didn't have it. Ah, man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I gotta go through. I'm so excited this morning. I forgot to turn off all the extracurricular activities we have going on over here on our Wi-Fi. So let me do that real quick here because I don't know how quality this stream is at this point. Oh man, guys, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, we're gonna have blast offs. Oh man, blast off after blast off today. Bang, 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 bang. Go bang your head on a wall. Go bang your girlfriend. Go bang your wife. This is banging right here. Oh boy. Oh man. I gotta turn off all this stuff. It takes me a while. Man. I wish that song was longer. I really do wish that song was longer. Wait a minute. I'm gonna play another song. I'm gonna play another song because it's it is appropriate. I'm gonna play. Let's see. I'll read what you guys are saying here in just a second. I'm gonna play this song. I have to. I just gotta play it, guys. Morning, Sandy. Price predictions, like I said yesterday, guys, are going to be really difficult for everybody today. We saw the hedge funds. Oh man. This is like the best song for this. That volume is so juicy. Feel it. Here it comes. You might hear that song a couple times today. Thanks, Phil Collins. We needed that. I don't know about you guys, but that's I'm pumped. I mean, just seeing the volume the way that it is. All right, let's take a look at everything. Easily going to be over 100 million shares today. Easily over 100 million shares. And I'm willing to. I don't see how we can not have an update today. and it's gonna be pretty big. I just don't see how we can't have an update today. I really just I don't. Yeah, easily, very very easily. I mean, look at the volume right now, 228,000. 228,000. We're still 45 minutes away from where we double our volume, and we're 228. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow, guys. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. You have to have a huge price increase with a huge volume increase. I mean, if we had a down day with volume going into the 100 million range, I would be incredibly shocked. I mean, you could see that on Monday maybe. I wouldn't put it past them to try and drop the price, at some point. But a synthetic price failure. What was the number? I'll pull it up for you guys. I saved it. $35.78 was synthetic price failure. They got it down to 37.02. I'll tell you what 37.02 is. 37, because it is important for me to track this stuff. 37.02 is a 16.7% drop in price since 44.44, which was our last high. That's only 16.7%. A synthetic price failure occurs up to a 20% drop in price. Anything above about 21.5% is paper hands. So this was an attempt to get people to shed shares. It wasn't exactly a synthetic price failure because it never hit 19.5%, meaning they knocked it down, but they weren't able to get enough paper hands to get it down a full 20. So they tried, but they didn't get there because that's the number they want to hit. They want to hit 20%. If they can hit 20%, then they're happy. And they couldn't even hit it. They couldn't even hit it. Just so you guys know, the last time we hit 33.74 was on 9/30, and it was a 17-day run downwards in price of 36.1% down. We went up to 44.44 from 9/30 to 10. I don't know what. I'm not even going to call it at the end because we're going to be going over $44 and we're going to be hitting new highs. So basically, every day since the 17th has been a day that we've been going upwards in price because you can't count it down until you get to 19.5% down from your previous high. So we're still on new highs. We're still on new highs, even with the price knocked down to 37.02. And I mean we're 22 days since the 30th. 22? No, wait. Yeah, 22 days since the 30th. We're on a 22-day run. Bondaro for price or volume? I don't know. I have to wait for both volume and price. I have to wait until 7 a.m. to see what that 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume is. I don't usually make any predictions until I see that. And yeah, somebody I don't know who said that there was a whale coming in here, but you're right. 223. 200. Wait, that can't be right. How's that possible? 223,000? Wow, that's interesting, guys. That means that they were reporting. That means that they were reporting the volume before that even hit. because we saw 200. I saw 200 over 200,000 in volume before this point in time here, and then it didn't even report the volume until later. That's really strange. I saw that volume at about like 550 this morning, which would have been like right here, and it didn't actually report until here. That's odd. Why is your price different from Robinhood? So, Kevin, welcome to the channel. I do have, if you notice at the bottom of the screen there, it says 10 to 25-second delay. So what you're seeing on my channel versus what's actually being reported probably to you is slightly different. I wish I could give it to you. I wish I could give you this information live, but unfortunately, due to either my internet connection or maybe it's just the way YouTube works, there's a 10 to 15-second delay or 10 to 25-second delay that I just can't I can't fix it. At least I don't know how. So I give it to you as live as I possibly can, but there is a delay, unfortunately. Good morning, Sandy. I mean, Bernard, I could throw something out right now, but if I throw it out right now, it's gonna be trash. I don't even know if I want to do any technical analysis right now. Well, we might as well. Let me take you guys to the other page. This is huge, guys. This volume right here is absolutely monstrous. That's a lot of volume. It won't just be whoever. I gotta see this. This is a misreporting. This has to be a misreporting because I didn't. There's no way that this volume came in all at this one spot because I was seeing the volume showing up as 200,000 and way back in this time frame, and it's not showing until this minute right here. So I bet you if I go through the order list here at approximately 7:07, I don't think I'm gonna find anything on the order list at that time. But let's see. Was it 7:07? No, there's nothing. The 7:07 time frame is actually all on one page. You can see it right here. There's no 200,000 order there. That's a misreporting. And if I go down further on the list, let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find the whale size order, or if it's just all. Accumulation. Honestly, don't see it on the order book yet. I don't see anything that stands out as like just massive. The time and sales stamps, nothing. I'm almost down to the bottom. There's a lot of orders going through at 4:30 this morning. A lot of orders. There's just a lot of orders. Everything looks really normal. There's not like a single whale of an order. At least not yet, and I'm down to like the last minute here. 401. I don't see it, guys. There's no whale order. I just went through all time sales from opening pre-market hours to current, and there's nothing massive in there. There's a couple of 5,000s. I'm scrolling back up through it right now, but I mean, I really didn't see anything that there's a 5,000 right there at 409. There's a 5,000 shares sell off, which would have contributed to that downwards movement that we saw right off the get-go. I mean, the orders were really, really, really heavy first thing in the morning. You can tell that because as I scroll the timestamps, there's a lot of timestamps. When I get to this time frame here of 7:07, the time during that time period, there's less than a page full of orders at that timestamp. There's a 2,000. At 5:04, there's a 2,000. At 5:53, way back here somewhere, there's another order, 5:53. There's a buy order of 26.29. I mean, it's normal. It's normal buy and sell. Orders here at 6:28. There's a 5,000 sell. I should say it differently. It's a no, that's right. I think it's sell. They sold for 5,000, or they sold 5,000 at that price. Here's a 2,000 at 719. I mean, it just really isn't anything. There's nothing. I went through the whole list twice, and there's nothing there that would indicate to me that there's some kind of massive candlesticks like this of volumes, columns of volume. I haven't said that in a while. There's not huge columns of volume showing up over here in the time and sales stamp area. So this is a misreporting. Duncan, I do see, man. The volume is so high. It's so high. Bang. Captain, my oh, Captain, my captain. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory, guys. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow theory. The bang phase tells you that you'll see a spike in price and volume moving into the bang phase. We're moving into the bang phase. There's no way around it. There's just absolutely no way around it. We're having a massive spike in volume right now. Just absolutely massive. Our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume comes in 30 minutes. Yeah, no problem, Kevin. No problem. I mean, that's so huge. I'm trying to think in my head what I'm going to predict for volume because I like to get it right. I mean, I got to see the 7 a.m. double it. If the 7 a.m. doesn't double the number, then I'm going to get a little less excited. But if the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume doubles this number, we're looking at 500, almost, yeah, probably about 500,000 shares being traded in the pre-market, which would put me at least a million shares. 100 million, I'm sorry, 100 million shares being traded. A million. I've said this for a long time ago. You haven't heard me say it in a while, but I used to say this all the time. You want to see about a million shares traded by 7 a.m. So you want to see that. I mean, because that basically puts you into like a whole new category where you're like looking at like 200 plus million shares traded for the day. That's really what you want to see, is a million shares traded before 7 or at 7 a.m. Hot damn. Hot damn. I haven't even done technical analysis at all yet. I'm just too busy just looking at this volume. I just can't stop staring at it. Let's take you. I guess let me log into Fidelity real quick here. Where is Fidelity? There it is. There she blows. Try not to blind you guys first thing in the morning. It feels surreal. It really feels surreal. Okay, let me take you guys over to maybe not quite yet. This it's having a difficult. There we go. All right, I'll take you guys over to the other page, and we'll start updating some things. Look how many they just loaned out all the shares this morning. I really need to get to this technical analysis before it gets out of hand. Before it gets out of hand. All right, so who got price predictions yesterday? The only person to receive price prediction for yesterday would have been wait, yeah, Adam was the only one. Adam was the only one. He predicted 39 to 42. So he just barely scraped in there. Adam for the point. So let's give Adam his point. Uh-oh. I got competition for today. It's going to be tough. It's going to be really, really tough to try and predict this one. I'm not going to tell him anything. I'm going to let him figure this out on his own. Most of the guys, I don't think. Duncan's probably the only one that watches me first thing in the morning. Eric and Adam, I'm pretty sure don't. But let's see if they can figure this out on their own. Let's see if they're watching, because Adam's the only one who's going to be able to catch me on price prediction. So if he's watching volume and he gets this, I'll be happy. I'll be pleasantly surprised. But today is going to be one of those days where when we, provided the pokey stick of volume comes in and doubles, or at least does a good fair amount of adding to our volume, predicting price is going to be super, super hard today. Super hard, because it's, you're kind of guesstimating how high the price is going to go. I would expect somewhere between 6 and 18%, and that's such a wide range. Like trying to, it's like putting a blindfold on and trying to hit a pin the tail on the donkey. It's really what it is. You know where the paper is, but you can't really you hope you know where the donkey's ass is. All right, let's update some of these pages. Updating Ortex, updating that, throwing that over there. Where is this one? This one goes over here. All right, so True Demons data. Let's update that one first, I guess. Just above me here, we're going to go through True Demons exercise for short exempt volume, and let's see what that's at. Short exempt volume for the day yesterday was 159.3, so slightly lower. Utilization, it should be updated by now. 87.36 up. Remember, as utilization goes up, so does the cost to borrow, because it means it's harder for them to borrow shares. So cost to borrow is actually it's a really good thing to see that go up. Day over day price increase. We actually had a decrease in price yesterday. 39.24. It was down 1.64%. No, sorry. Wait, what? It was down 4.01%. Sorry. I'll correct that if that's wrong. I think that's right though. Yeah. Taking a look at some of the other things, I'll update dark pools next. We ended the last technical analysis at 63.03. It looks like I'll update it and see what the final number was. Okay, so the very end of the day yesterday, they actually decreased the amount into the dark pools quite a bit. So it only ended up being 61.4% into the dark pools. Excuse me. Max pain was 40 yesterday, updating that in the top right-hand corner over there. It's kind of a small number, just above the whole mess of contracts. Today it is at $40 as well, just updated. In the top right-hand corner, if you look at institutional shares, long positions that are up there, you'll see it says 138.198. I'm going to go ahead and update that one. Okay, so a little bit of a decrease, not much. 138.198 to 138.187. And finally, last but not least, let's take a look at the open interest. And refreshing the. I'm actually going to scroll down here real quick to the bottom. I kind of want to see how much is open interest we have on the $95 strike price for calls. There's 22.7 at that amount. Then I'll scroll back up to that 30 range. And the highest amount of open interest for the calls currently at $50. Okay, guys, we're not the only ones who see this. I'm gonna scroll down just a tad bit more. With it, yesterday, I'm sorry, from 45. I'm sorry, I said the wrong number. It's up from 45 to 50 now. It was 20.7 thousand contracts at 45. Let me just make sure my number's right. Yeah, so somebody sold off some of their positions, and it looks like, oh wait, 52 actually has more. Is that showing on your screen? It sure is. $52 is the max volume. Wow. 52 with 18.3 thousand contracts. It was 45 yesterday with 20.7. 18.3. Wow, guys. Okay, this will give you these contracts. This open interest it'll give us an idea what they think the price is going to get to. On the low side, the puts, highest amount of volume is $36 with 9.4. It's dropped from 40 to 36. At 40 yesterday, it was 9.2. And what I want you to notice is that at $40 now, it's 7.2, which means somebody's covered. Somebody made a covering last night. They did not want to have any more of their open interest positions open at 40, and they moved it down to 35. So there's a massive spread on open interest. 9.4, 9.4. Okay, so there's I got a 35, 45, 55. There's a 17 point dollar difference between the highest level of put volume versus the highest level of call volume. There's a 2-to-1, almost a 2-to-1 ratio in volume for that open interest. So if you were to look at what the, if you just, I guess, divide 17 in half and add it to 35, you get $43.50. Wow, that's an interesting number because I think Bondaro was talking about $43.50 yesterday. That's kind of that's what the open interest, in my opinion, is kind of leaning towards pointing to, is like a middle ground. But the volume on the call side's almost a 2-to-1 ratio, so maybe a little bit higher than that. We could be looking at like a $45 range, maybe 45 to 47, 48. I hope you guys are getting more. I hope you guys are getting what you feel is like a fair share of information from all this. Sometimes I wonder. I go like, I hope I'm providing them enough information. All right, let me take you guys back over to the other page. Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what Ortex has to tell us. This should be exciting. Okay, so our dip right here on the on average age per day is starting to level off. It doesn't mean that it's not going to continue to go down, but it's starting to level off. So it's gone from 77.4 down to 72.6. Our on a loan amount, I can't see it because the doggone price is in here, is starting to curve back up, which is great. So now on loan amount went from 106.8 to 107.3. So we went back to 107.3, which is what we were at 2 days ago, which is awesome. We're starting to see this turnaround. This is perfect. This means what this is telling me, what this data is telling me right here is that the paper hands, this slide right here is paper hands. And we had probably about, I don't know, if I had to guess, I'd say 113 down to 107. We had about shares paper handed away. Not bad. It's really not bad in the grand scheme of things. So now this is starting to curve around and it's going to start eating back upwards because they're going to want to continue to drop this average age per day on loans down. They're going to be not even have to, they are forced to. And they're going to have to, if they can't get more paper hands, they're forced to start borrowing more shares to pay off older loans. So this is going to be really, really good for us as far as price goes. Let me put price back in here. Boy, I can't wait to see the next failure to deliver report. I really can't. So what does this all mean? Why is our utilization going up? Let's check it out. Let's see why it is. So we're going to take 107. We're going to take the amount of shares that are on loan, divide it by the utilization. And what this gives us is the total amount of shares that are available to borrow, which is 122.928. So yesterday it was 123.9. So it's dropped by 1 million. We want to see that number going up, not down. So that's not great, but let's check out and see how many shares that makes it available for them. So I'm just going to subtract the amount of shares on loan from the total available to borrow. And yesterday they had 17.086 million shares to borrow. Today they have 15.538. I'm actually seeing a trend here. So let me fix this, and I'll tell you what it is. Thursday. Transfer this. I think I forgot to take a screenshot last night. I'll fix this in a little bit. I don't have the data for this right now, but I know where to get it. I'll find this and fix this in a little bit here. Let me put in today's current shares available. 15,538. Yesterday we witnessed them borrow about 4.25 million shares in total for the day. So we'll check that out here in just a second, see how much they've borrowed so far this morning. Getting close to volume prediction. This is not my volume prediction for today. That was yesterday. It's going to be much higher today. Yeah, so utilization went up basically because of the fact that they on loan amount went up and the amount of shares that are available to loan went down by about 1.5 million. No, wait. 17, yeah, 1.5 million. So that's why utilization's up. And I do expect to see that to continue to go up. It's just going to start driving up from here. And as the utilization goes up and they start borrowing more and more shares, that's going to increase your estimated current short share interest to the free float. This is all looking so good, guys. I hope we don't have some kind of stupid share dilution again. That'll piss me off to no end. Yeah, so it's looking really good. This is good data. Let's just see what our short share interest did from day to day. Yeah, see, it went from 16.6 yesterday to 16.68, so it's going up already. This is not what I wanted on top. There we go. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC coming in in 9th position with 53% buys to 47% sales. This is going to start spiking. This is going to start spiking, and we'll probably be close to the top of the list. Don't you dare, guys, talk about. I don't even want to hear anything about the one on the top. I don't even want to hear about it. Please don't even go there today with me, please. I don't want to hear it. I'm not gonna want to hear it. Let's see. GME not on the list. You guys ever watch the Key and Peele thing where if I hear he slams his he's doing the substitute teacher one. He starts calling off people's names. He's all like Aaron and stuff like that. If I hear one of you say some crazy ass names, that's how I feel. You guys say anything about any other stock, I'm gonna come after you. Let's see, 1.3 million shares is currently down to 0. So let's see, we got 1.3 there. Let me get out my calculator, start adding this up. And let's see. So my mom was making an interesting point. I guess I should probably make sure you guys are familiar with what it is I'm doing here. So I basically go through on this timestamp here, and I kind of take and I add up every single time I see the available shares dropping. I add it. Every time the shares come back, I don't add it. I don't subtract it, right? Because what they're doing is they're borrowing shares, and they're doing one of a couple different things with them. They're either paying off old loans with them, and then just rinse and repeat kind of a thing, paying off old loans to kick the can down the road. Which in that case, the shares don't ever pop back up over here. 2, they could be using some of the shares to short ladder attack the price down. That would be one of the things. And 3, it's to, I think, create synthetics. And I'm not sure exactly how that works. There's some stuff that I've read about long out the money calls and whatnot, but I don't even want to get into it because I'm not even really 100% sure they could give you like a great answer for it. But they use the shares to create synthetics, and then they just replace the shares back, or they give the shares back, and they cancel out the loan. So I don't, because it's costing them meaning hedge funds, because it's costing them to borrow the loan, the shares. We need to see that. We need to be tracking that on a daily basis. So there's a difference between what we're talking about when it says Ortex returning of shares and borrowing of shares, because that strictly relates to the on loan amount. Okay. When I'm looking at Stonko Tracker and I'm tracking loan shares, I just want to see what kind of manipulation they're doing for the day. I'm trying to track how many millions of shares are they taking out and using to manipulate the price, and then putting back into the system. That's when I'm just tracking up the up portion, not the back into the system portion. So far this morning, they've borrowed 1.3 out of the available, and then out of the ETFs, they have borrowed. So you got about 200,000 here. So 1.5 million shares so far this morning, which is actually pretty low. I would expect to see this to go up some. So 1.5 million shares so far this morning. Yesterday it was 4.25. We have 11,000 contracts in the money on the calls, 85,000 contracts out of the money on the puts, 240,000 out of the money calls. So this number has gone down dramatically. It was, I think, 280 or so yesterday. Again, I don't know what's going on with Stonko Tracker. I don't know why they're not able to track dark pools anymore, because it keeps showing up NA. It used to be that every time it was under 50 or under 60%, it would show up like this, but I know it's over 60, so I'm not sure whether they're not reporting anymore. Short exempt volume, obviously day over day down, and the short percentage, the lower our volume is, the less they have to short. So it makes sense why that number is dropping. That's not, yeah, that was yesterday's data. Okay. We're about 9 minutes away from that pokey stick of volume. I don't remember why I drew this box over here. I really don't remember why. Let me see what the bottom price is. 36.20. I think this was kind of like a. I think if I'd have to go back and rewatch yesterday's show, but I think I was kind of talking about this being a bit of a head and shoulder pattern on a much larger scale. Right here. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I was looking at this as like a head and shoulder pattern right here. And I think I was kind of guesstimating that the price would drop down to some certain level, and I drew a box around what I felt would probably be like our opening price for the day, the next day, today. So I think that's kind of what this box is. I said somewhere in that range. I didn't delete it this morning because I wasn't sure what it was. I was like, what was that again? Looks like we're coming in pretty close to the top of it here. We might actually open above it. That might be nice. Something I did want to kind of put up for you guys too, because I haven't shown. I still can't see what you guys are writing. Sorry, give me a minute here. I didn't warn you. Blinding you in 3, 2, 1. Blind. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. If you're new here and you really want to know what this is, let me know. I will post you a link, and it's some good bathroom material to read because it takes a while, but it's a good read. I think it is. I made it. So, 39.24 was our total price. Remember, relatively the same to the beginning price of the bang. This is relatively close to the same price, but we were supposed to see volume decreasing throughout the process. And yeah, it did decrease, and then it started going back up, and then it decreased again. So what was yesterday's total volume? It was. Let's update the other day first. 31,220. 527,769, 200. Okay, and then the price or the value for yesterday was that. So volume was up yesterday by 8%. Price was down by about 4%. So this was very easily another bang day, but I'm starting to think this for today. Oh wait, go back. I think today's the bang day. We'll have to see. mean, they could be tricking us. They could be tricking us with a bunch of pre-market volume that's kind of like empty volume, to try and throw us off a little bit. Which I could see. I could see something like that happening possibly. Which is why I kind of want to wait to see what the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume looks like. But to really get a good feel, because if the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume doesn't come close to doubling that number, then there's something off. There's something off about this whole thing, and I will have gotten excited for nothing. But we shall see. Let's see what you guys are writing on here. I'm hunting you down. First thing I saw, you bastards. You bastards put it in there. First thing I saw. How is it you guys wrote that? The very first thing at the top of the screen. I hate you guys. I hate you. I don't really hate you, but damn you. JP saying, my nipples are jacking. I'm wearing the nipple jacking shirt today. Ivan, I'm really kind of extremely bullish on today. I mean, at least until I got to see what the 7 a.m. We got about 4 more minutes, and we'll see what the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume looks like. We'll know if this is a trick or not based off of that. But yeah, I'm pumped on this. AJI, welcome to the channel. Snap. Yeah, this is the rubber band snapping for sure. Ivan, really interesting day. Yes, I agree. Oh man, Ivan, I was down way more than 2K on. You got a long ways to go to beat me. I was way down on this when I first got into it. D&D Horse Racing, welcome to the channel. 2022 approaching fast, and Adam Aaron will offer shares. More than likely, eventually that's going to come. I'm okay with that. Damn you, bad back. Damn you. And you, yes, it got me going. JP. I'm not even. Yeah, that is a sad story, Crazy Peppy. I don't want to talk about it. Bad back, hey winch. Son of, I'm not reading it. I'm not reading it. If it says those 4 letters, I'm not reading it. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's a bunch of bullshit. People are gonna get caught and they're gonna get hurt. Apes are gonna get hurt. That's all I gotta say. Apes are gonna get hurt, and they're gonna wish that they hadn't made those choices. And not all of them. Some people are gonna make something, but there's gonna be people who get caught. Nah, I'm not banning you. No bannings. I am a firm believer in freedom of speech. We're all entitled to our own opinions. You come on here and you start talking bad about my mom, though, then I ban you. I'm not even kidding you. Talk bad about my mom and I ban you. Instant ban. Good morning, Sandy. It's not happening. I'm not gonna ban. I'm not like that. You can hurt my feelings, but I'm tougher than that. No, I took away her moderator status. Remember, Crazy? You remember what happened? I took her moderator status away. She has no moderation status any longer. Oh, dang. Look at this pokey stick of volume, guys. Look at it fighting. It's not quite double. It's not quite double, but it's still up there. It's 111,000, 118,000. This is accumulation right here. So for those of you who aren't aware, my mom, she frequents this channel and listens, and she'll even come in and say hi and talk with you guys and stuff. She's also an ape, and actually my grandma's an ape. Jeez, I never even really. I mean, there's 3 generations in this stock in my family. Four generations. My son's an ape. There's four. I have 4 generations in my family in this stock, and anyway, she comes in here, and I gave her moderator status one time, and she was watching the show and put her phone down in her purse or her bag or something because she was walking into the house after having gone grocery shopping. I don't know exactly the story, but she had her phone in a bag, and it started. The phone started. A bunch of buttons started getting hit on the phone, and I start seeing people getting banned and silenced and just all kinds of stuff. In fact, just the other day, I happened to go through my list and I saw that there was somebody who was actually banned that I didn't recover, but some people got silenced, and it was just funny. And I had to take away her. Admin privileges. She got her admin privileges taken away. That's crazy, Pepe. I'm not. I'm not going there. I'm not going there. I read it, but I'm not going there. Um. Yeah, man, we're all friends here on this. I mean, we've had our disagreements before, but I think we're all friends. We can all disagree, and we can all still be friends, right? Somebody is obviously wrong, but it's a good learning experience. We can choose to still be friends even though we disagree. Yeah, it was. I panicked. I wish I could go back to that day and look and see. I don't know if I have it flagged. I should go back and try to find it. Like at some point in time, I'm probably gonna want to go back and find like the most funniest moments conglomeration and put them all together. Um, because I do a 9-hour stream, it's kind of like one of those things where it's like the funny moments happen. It's just far and few in between because it's 9 straight hours. But we have had some hilarious moments. Did you guys see the news? I don't want to try to stir up any kind of like problems or anything like that. I don't want to start like an argument, but did you see the news of the police officers and firefighters and whatnot who are resigning from their positions in like masses because of the fact that are in disagreement with getting the vaccine? Um, I saw a video popped up on my YouTube the other I think it was yesterday in the after hours, and it was a police officer resigning from his like I don't know, I think it was at least a decade or two position, and then his wife apparently was on the other end as a what do they call him? Operator, not an operator. She's the dispatcher, a dispatcher, and resigned with him over the radio system, so all the rest of the police could hear. And they were talking. He was in his little speech. He was talking about how many people were going to be left on staff, and it was very very low, extremely low. Only AMC news here. Yeah, I'm not trying to start a debate. Alec Baldwin. I did not. Let's check it out. Did he pass away? Oh. Dude, he killed somebody with a prop gun? Oops. The director of photography was killed. He discharged a prop firearm on the movie set. That's not his fault. It wounded the director and killed the director of photography. Dang. That sucks. Oh, hold on a second, guys. uh, yeah, that's sad. That reminds me of that uh, Bruce Lee's son when he was killed on set with a prop gun. Uh, was it? I want to say it was like Jason Lee or something like that. I can't remember his name. Oh, Brandon Lee. Thank you. Yeah, that was. I remember that was huge. That was a huge thing when. And they still. Yeah, the Crow. That's right. Shang, welcome to the. Welcome to Shang AMC. Yeah, that's a cool name. I like that. The Crow. Yeah, that was the movie. He got shot by a stage prop gun, and shit gets real. You know, it really does. But yeah, that sucks. It really does suck. Guns are dangerous. Director of photography, apparently, according to that article, the director of photography died, and then he also wounded the director, which to me tells me that there's a likelihood that his. I mean, I'm just theorizing a little bit here, but it sounds to me like he was probably shooting at the camera. So they probably were doing a scene where he was shooting at the camera and then slightly off to the side of the camera, because that's typically where the director of photography would stand, is probably right behind the camera. And the director was probably offset, and so he was probably shooting it where he probably was instructed to shoot at them so that he knew what his targets were, or how they could get the best scene. So he was probably purposely shooting at them, and if he was doing it in fast succession, then he wouldn't have realized what was happening until after he had, after it was probably too late. Bad back there. Um, the Well, my dad had a starting pistol. So I'm not exactly sure how prop guns work, but I would assume that they're very similar in regards um, to a starting pistol. And the starting pistol had in the barrel, if you looked into the barrel, there was a little notch that came down through the middle of the barrel. So I guess to prevent, like, I want to say like a fin, almost like splitting the barrel in half. To maybe reduce the amount of maybe like particulate matter that might come through, or prevent it from coming through should it actually come out. because really, all it's supposed to be is just gunpowder. But my guess is that you could probably have some kind of debris or something inside of the round that could potentially make it past any kind of like blockage in the barrel, and actually come out and hit somebody. So it'd be like a fragmentation of a bullet or a fragmentation of a projectile, um, which is would make the most sense to me. But obviously the starter pistol is much different than a stage set gun. They need it to look bigger. A starting pistol is just a little tiny thing. But then there's always the case too where guns are accidentally swapped out or not actually stage guns. So they usually have them marked up pretty well so that they make sure they get the right ones in the right spot. So I mean, there's a lot of potential for screw ups. Yeah, fake guns are dangerous. They really are. Any firearm that has a discharge of any type, can be potentially dangerous. It's an explosion. It's bang. It's dangerous. It's going to be dangerous today to the hedge funds. Yeah, that's trying to make humor out of something that's not very funny. Sorry. But yeah. Oh, when Salty Dog shows up, remind me. Remind me to say something. I don't think I've seen him on yet. I checked out his music, man. I was digging it. It was pretty good. I just noticed because I had a reminder up on my page here. I should probably leave it up. Let's see what else is going on here with AMC. I'm going to check out the news. Finally, it's showing up in the news. AMC CEO says company could issue its own cryptocurrency. I was wondering how long it was going to take before it hit the mainstream media. I really felt like they were suppressing the information as much as possible. I'm finally seeing it. This was posted actually 18 hours ago, but it finally made the front page of a Google search for AMC news. Excuse me. Whoa. Let me click on it. Who is it posted by? Market Insider, markets.businessinsider.com is posting this, and it says AMC CEO Adam Aron said that his movie theater chain could create its own token. There are a lot of reasons why AMC could be a successful issuer of cryptocurrency as well as a redeemer of cryptocurrencies, Aron told CNBC. AMC is among a handful of companies that have embraced crypto as payment. AMC's entertainment's enthusiasm for cryptocurrency is growing. CEO Adam Aron on Wednesday told CNBC that the movie theater chain could potentially create and issue its own token. There are a lot of it just quotes him again. Let's see. And then it says that this is the part that was left out of the thing when I told you guys the other day. But at the a little bit later on in the interview, he says that's just one of the half of a dozen ideas that we're working on right now. While Aron did not clarify further, the executive has embraced digital assets, particularly during the height of the pandemic, as his company was propelled to meme stock status. The social media savvy CEO is known to take to Twitter to directly interact with his supporters and in some instances ask for their feedback on business decisions. If he asked me, if he did a post on that, like, do you think we should issue cryptocurrency, I would vote yes. Responding to a poll of Twitter followers, AMC announced it would accept Dogecoin for gift card payments after crypto enthusiasts responded with a resounding yes. The movie theater chain also said it plans to accept Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Litecoin. AMC, which not long ago was flirting with bankruptcy, saw its stock prices skyrocket this year as part of a meme stock buying spree alongside video game retailer GameStop. The stock Thursday was trading lower by 0.54%. Oh, who cares about that part? So here's the deal. And I saw some people kind of saying something about this, but I think that like some people are wondering like how in the world could a cryptocurrency be worth anything with I wonder about cryptocurrency in general, period. But let's set that aside for a second and let's look at something. If AMC is going to collect Dogecoin, Litecoin, Ethereum, Bitcoin, all these other cryptocurrencies that have a value currently, and they hold it within their possession and then create their own cryptocurrency, then would it not be fair to say that the other cryptocurrencies that they collect give value to their cryptocurrency that they would create, as well as the fact that there's an actual company behind the backing of the cryptocurrency that has legitimate income? To me, that seems like that's a better cryptocurrency to be investing in than any of the others because there's an actual solid backing behind it, not just thin air. Just my perspective, but I'm just saying. Is the AMC? Yeah, and what about the? Let's see. Duncan saying usually there are two kinds of blank bullets. The old one has a wooden bullet that would splinter, not really used anymore. The other, there's not a bullet. The tip is squeezed together. That's correct. That's the kind that my dad's starter gun had. With the second, there's still fire and powder rests coming out of it that shit will hurt you if you're too close. I remember the ammunition for my dad's starter gun, and you're exactly right. The tip is like it almost looks like a dumpling, like a squeezed dumpling at the top. So my guess is that as it's fired, the dumpling kind of flowers out, and the powder just kind of comes out of it. But those little pieces that are on the tip there could fragment out and then separate and come out of the gun, right? So I think that was part of the reasoning behind the tip that was in there to minimize the amount of shrapnel that was coming through. I agree with AMC doing a streaming service. They can still benefit if they release on the same day as theaters. I don't know. I'm kind of torn on that. I'm really torn on that. I mean, I partially agree. I really partially agree that like they could do a streaming service as well. The problem is that they have the competition that they would have. I feel like they would probably lose out to bigger money, and so I feel like who's going to be able to afford buy okay, here's an example. You're a movie theater. You get movie theater rights before anybody else does, so you can play the videos, right? But if you suddenly say, okay, well, we're going to start doing streaming too, who's to say that you're going to get the video before everybody else? The movie. Who's to say that you're going to get that movie before anybody else? And if you're opening up that door, if you're opening up that Pandora's box of basically saying like we're going to get this released to us before anybody else, it's going to come down to whoever can pay the most money. And AMC is not going to be able to pay the most money. They just won't. Amazon can beat them out. Probably, if I had to guess, Redbox could probably beat them out. There's a lot of companies out there that can beat them out when it comes to being able to buy the rights to the movie first. So, in that regards, I would say that streaming, although it sounds really awesome, would be terrible for AMC. On the other hand, who wouldn't want to have streaming services? I think a lot of people would agree that they like streaming services, but there's also the aspect of seeing a movie in the movie theaters, or even just a football game, going to a football game and seeing a football game with a bunch of fans who are all the same type of fans, which it's very possible to have a movie theater have two different showings, one team in one room and one team in the other, you know, so that they don't intermingle and get into fights and stuff. So it's a that streaming service for AMC is a Pandora's box that I think they don't want to open. And I know that they already do it. I think they already do it, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a very slippery road. It could spell disaster. So now's the time for my break, guys. I'm gonna stick around just a little bit longer, just because my wife's got to go. She just went to go pick up some breakfast. So I'll probably wait until she gets back to take my brow. No, I'm taking my break right now. Let me find you guys some music. Hopefully. Man, I'm so pumped about this volume. I know the price, guys. You got to ignore the price. You really have to ignore the price. I'm so pumped about this volume, though. This volume is amazing. I'm trying to find the music here. Give me a second. I'm telling you guys, if you can get to that point to where you look at the price and it doesn't impact you any longer, you will be so much more zen. Man, I seem to be having some internet slow down or something. Um, I will find something here eventually. having a problem finding anything that's worth pulling up with length. Okay, here we go. All right, guys, I'll see you guys back here 15 minutes before market open, and we'll take a look at everything then and see how we're looking. Let's see here. See ya. guys. I don't know if you're seeing this or not, but 749,000 in volume. 749 in volume. And we still have time left to go before market opens. Eric, I was right. Eric wasn't watching the show. Eric wasn't watching the show. He's got his price prediction in. I asked him. I said, "Are you sure?" And he said, "Yep, he's sure on it." So let's see here. He said, morning 36 to 39. I don't have to worry about Eric hitting the price. At least I don't think I do. 36 to 39. He didn't see it. I said, final answer. I asked him, I said, final answer? And he said, yeah, what are you thinking? And I said, okay, no changing. Look at the volume. And he hasn't responded back. Oh, wait, he just did. He says, hopefully, I'm not going to read what he says. Pre-market volume yesterday at about this time, I think, was about maybe a little less than 60K. A little less than 60K, possibly. I remember it was like, I think it was like maybe like a little under 20,000 going into the 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, and then it doubled. And then from then on to market open, it ended up getting up to, I think it was like, it may have even been less than 60. It was probably 50. I don't know. You can go back in yesterday's show and watch it. It's an hour into the show I start talking about it. So just go to the hour mark. Actually, I have timestamps in there. You can just go to and click it and see where I talk about volume. But yeah, this 767. So here's two different sides of the coin. Crazy Peppy, you're looking at a different. I'm basing this off of what I'm seeing. If I had to guess, you're probably looking at. You're either going through Charles Schwab, and I forget what the other one. Maybe Market Watch. No, it's not Market Watch. I forget what the other one is. There's two out there that report a number that's much higher. I know Charles Schwab is one of them. I think it might be Fidelity Trader Pro is the other, where they show a little bit different volume. I'm basing this off of Webull volume. There's different reportings. But yeah, irregardless, yeah, Fidelity. Okay, yes, Fidelity Pro, Trader, and Charles Schwab, I think, are the two that report a much higher volume. I really don't know what that is exactly. I'm not sure why there's differences. We've been trying to figure that out for a while, and we really don't know. But there are. Webull's not the only one reporting 775. I think if you go to Market Watch and plenty of the other ones, they'll report the same volume as this one. So I just go with what I know, and I watch this on a daily basis, so I base it off of this. But we're on a much higher pace now. If I had to guess volume today, because I didn't guess it at 7 o'clock this morning. No, I don't think it's dark pools. It could be, but I don't think that's what it is. So, because the volume is volume. I really shouldn't include dark pools, I don't think. But irregardless, it doesn't matter. Because here's the thing: dark pools we know are over 60%, right? If you're at what did you say, 1.6, and I'm showing 700,000, then that's probably not very. Well, actually, that would be about 60%. Maybe it is dark pools. That could be. But I'm just going off a straight volume instead of dark pool volume because we know dark pool doesn't make it to the lit exchange. So it's best to probably kind of look at your lit exchange volume and not your overall volume. So we're at 788, and if I had to guess, we were at about 600. I didn't make a volume guess this morning. We were at about 600 in volume, I believe, after the pokey stick this morning at 7, which was 120. Actually, I think we were under. If we were, I'm gonna guess about 110. Now, normally, if it gets into the 150 range, I kind of start giving myself 30 million in volume spread. Normally, it's just 20 million. Hold on a second, guys. Let's see. I think we're looking at volume prediction today between. I'm going to give myself a 30 spread because it's been a while since we've been in the 100 millions. But I do think it's going to be less than 150. So I'm going to go with 100 to 130. I'm kind of, it's iffy. I'm gonna go on the low side, 100 to 130. Now, pulling that up on here. Sorry, blinding you. Pulling that up on here, 130 million would be a 287% increase in volume day over day. A 287% volume. So I'm going to go back to some of the other times that we've gone into the blow phase with volume that high and see what it was on the first day. Here's a 314. So if I had to guess, yeah, I'm gonna guess we're gonna be above 15% increase in price for the day today. From whatever market close was yesterday. So $5 maybe, 45. I think I'm gonna hedge off of 45. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hedge off of $45 for price prediction. So 43.50 to 46.50. I tend to agree with you guys. I tend to agree. I think it is going to be higher. I think it's going to be closer to 150 million as well, Duncan. But I'm guesstimating on the low side. I just really think that I think it's safer for me to guess on the low side than the high side, just because I think there was a little bit of a shift not too long ago, and so I've had to adjust a little bit some of my numbers. So we'll see if it shifts back. I'm not sure if it was just because of low volume, but good morning, Amanda. So here's the deal. Two different things could happen. I've never seen a volume trap before. I've never seen this. If it happens, more power to the hedgies for being able to pull this off. I have no idea how they could do it. But if they're doing some kind of volume trap to try and fool apes into thinking that this is going to be a massive day to day, then they're doing a great job, because I really don't understand how they could get it up this high and not have some kind of negative reaction, negative meaning the price movement going up. So I have to do it at market open, so 37.50. I have to change my value. I just realized I just made a mistake. It's got to be off of opening market price, which is going to be 37.50. So I need to do, what did I say? Hold on a second, guys. Quick math. I need to hedge off of 43.50. Wrong value. 43.50 means 42 to 45 is my prediction. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and sign. Well, I'll sign off here in just a second, but I think Duncan's got to have a price prediction. He's saying, Duncan is saying, Duncan's saying 43 to 46. He actually said 42 to 46 and then changed to 43, 46. I'll let him change it again if he wants to because he heard me change mine, but he's the only one listening to the show, so he's kind of, I think he's on the right track. He's sniffing up the right the right tree. I still haven't heard from Adam, so we'll have to see what Adam says here. But I'm gonna go ahead and start market open here, and I'll see you guys back on the other side. You can almost bet your bottom dollar they're going to try and push this down as hard as they possibly can. Remember, synthetic price failure starts at 35.78, and our SR triggers at 35.32. So keep those in mind. I can almost guarantee you they probably want to trigger SSR just in order for us for them to be able to manipulate this as much as possible. To create liquidity, they will have to trigger SSR. So keep that in mind. SSR triggers at 35.32. I'll see you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. There's battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds are getting so much resistance from behind. Time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street, singing songs and carrying signs. Mostly say hooray for our side. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Paranoia strikes deep into your life, it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop now. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Children, what's that sound?
And one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we're going to screw the hedgy. We are. My goodness, guys. We are 6 minutes into trading. We're almost doing a million shares a minute, almost. It's kind of slowing down a little bit, but my goodness, we haven't seen this kind of volume in a long time. I do have a volume prediction for the day today, between 100 and 130 million shares traded for the day today. If we saw that, I would expect to see maybe a price increase of about 15%. But I'm actually hedging off of 10%, 10.86%, which is 43.5. So my price prediction for the day today is 42 to 46, and yeah, I think we're going to see a good day. Now, of course, they do need to, try and prevent this as much as possible. So, they're going to try and trap apes everywhere they possibly can to get out, to reduce mitigate the amount of risk that they have moving forward. trying to throw out little pieces of shiny pieces of metal for you to try and pick up along the way that is absolutely just distractors. Oops. And yeah, I mean, really, seriously, like, there's going to be people who are going to miss. They're going to miss out. They're going to miss out because it takes them 2 days to settle their money. And this is something that I'm trying to warn people over and over and over and over again. You start looking at shiny things on the side of the road, and that rocket's going to launch, and you're going to miss. You're going to miss. Hopefully that's not you. Hopefully it's not you. And I know it doesn't look like it right now, but I mean that volume going up as much as it is right now is huge, huge, huge. It's like so important to us. Good morning, Salty Dog. By the way, Salty Dog, welcome back. I went and checked out your video, the Salty Dogs, and I was jamming out to that Salty Dog song. It's pretty good stuff. I don't know if you're the harmonica player or not, and the lead singer in that group, but I really got a kick out of that. That was good stuff there. Definitely some good vibes. I would imagine not necessarily, because for the most part, Fish Killer, it's we're gonna lose people no matter what. It's just the name of the game. We're gonna lose some people along the way, and we already have lost some people. I've shown you guys that in through the on share on loan amount going down. We've probably lost about 7 to 8 million shares in the last week or so. But in the grand scheme of things, on how many billions of shares that are outstanding that they need to cover for, it's not even close to. The margins are so wide. So we're gonna lose people. It's going to happen undoubtedly. Undoubtedly, we are going to lose people. It's the nature of the game. Uh, it's conviction, right? Like, do people really believe in what's happening? And they have to try and find these paper hands, but we're really in this accumulation phase right here. I think institutions are going to see this as a great buying point and sucking up shares, and you're going to start seeing volume really moving up here, which is great. It's just absolutely great. Yeah, that's going to go down, JP. It's gonna, yeah, you're right. It's early. It's early. It's gonna drop, but I'm targeting like 100 to 130 million for the day to day, which is gonna be huge. I mean, I'm trying to think of a scenario in my head where we suddenly jump up to like 100 to 130 million shares traded for the day, and that we don't see like a huge increase in price. And when I say huge, I mean like 10% or higher. I really I struggle with the idea that we could have such a huge volume day and especially in a jump like that, and not see something crazy happening. If you want to see what the difference is like today versus every other day, let me pull out here for a 5-minute look and look at the volume. Look at the volume already in contrast to some of the other days. Now I'll pull out to a 30-minute. We'll see a couple of different days here. Okay, so it doesn't look as impressive right now. Let's see we don't have enough data set. We don't have enough data set in here yet to really make this look appropriate. But you just wait. Once we get a couple other bars in here, it'll start making some of this other stuff look kind of pathetic. Well, see, the thing is I'm on a 30-minute, and we haven't even done 30 minutes yet. 30 minutes of trading ends in like another 20 minutes. So look, I guess from this perspective, from a 30-minute interval, look at where we're at on this volume stick here. We still have 20 more minutes of trading. It's already at the level the rest of these are at, right? We still have 20 more minutes to go, and we're already at the level of some of these right here. What did we have for volume on the 14th? Let's look. 14th was 67 million. We're going to be, there's a very good chance that we're going to be double this first column right here. This first stick of volume right here is going to be twice as high. And as it stands right now, it's reporting at 6 million. So we're looking at 12 million. This is a 13 million. It's going to be about as tall as this right here on the 14th. But the rest of the day is going to look more like something. Let me see. When was the last time we had 100 million? It was September 30th. Was this day right here. But all that volume happened right in the end portion of that day, if you remember correctly. And look at the price spike when the volume spiked. This column of volume right here is 33 million. So this is going to continue to rise. So I can't show you like a good example. We won't see it till the end of the day today, but you just have to kind of not trust me, bro, but you kind of have to envision where this is going. It's probably easier to see though at this 5-minute interval. You know, on a 5-minute interval, you can see how much higher it is already than the rest of these, than the last 3 days, and we still have another. I don't know. We still have plenty of time before the half hour is up. So let me describe to you the situation that I'm seeing right now. What I'm really seeing is that, you know, there's probably going to be a really big attempt. There's a couple different ways to trigger SSR. One of them is through price fluctuating by a certain amount. Another way to trigger SSR is having price drop by a certain level. Not just so it's time based. Like if a certain amount of share, or if the price moves in a certain direction by a certain amount in a certain period of time, then it can trigger SSR. Another way that it can be triggered is by hitting a certain price going lower, and that price for today is approximately $35.32. I could definitely see them wanting to try to hit that, because if they can trigger SSR today, it'll legally enable a way for them to create synthetic shares in order to create liquidity, and that's what they need to do to try and combat this high level of volume. Obviously, volume's already slowing way down. It's what are we at here? Let me just do some quick math. $222 million shares is what we're on pace for. What did AP or JP say here just a little bit ago? He said 267. So it's already cooling off the volume, but it's not. You can look at it right here and you can see that it's not that bad. I mean, it was really spiked up and then it kind of came down a little bit, but we're still averaging. I've always, you know, you guys have heard me say this a long time ago, 300,000 shares average a minute will get you 100 million shares for the day. That's, if you just do the math and there's 390 minutes and you multiply 300,000 by 390 minutes, and that gives you 100 million shares for the day. And of course, you know, some of this 2 million in volume right here, you can distribute out to some of these to kind of average them up a little bit, but we're going to want to continue to see volume staying high. It does appear to be dropping a little bit lower. They do like to start decreasing volume right around 10 a.m. or 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is this time frame right in here. But so far, it's maintaining pretty well. Oh shoot, I need to keep up with shares being borrowed. Okay, here's another 150. Okay, so another 150,000 shares have been borrowed so far this morning. Which puts us at 1.65 million. So pretty low borrowing going on. Yesterday there was 4.25 million shares borrowed. Let me look something up real quick here. What was I gonna look up? Oh yeah, I gotta look up. I gotta look up how many shares were borrowed according to Ortex last night. So give me a second here while I look that up real fast. I'm gonna have to. This is the last thing that I find reported was 299.4 thousand shares being reported returned. So I'm gonna just use that number. I forgot to take a picture again last night. I'll just put negative 300. Which is not a lot. I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you they're going to throw out as much eye candy as they possibly can. They will throw it at you from every direction. I totally remember this happening in January. I don't remember it so much in. I remember Bitcoin being not Bitcoin, Dogecoin. I remember that being eye candy. I didn't remember there being a couple other eye candies during the June run up. But they're going to start throwing out they're going to throw out the kitchen sink, the kitchen sink at you. They're going to throw the kitchen sink at you and the chicken with it. It's all the chicken kitchen sink. Say that a couple times real fast. They're going to throw that all at you, and yeah, you're gonna have to make a decision as to whether or not you don't. This is the one warning I'm gonna give you guys. Know that there's a T+2. And the way T+2 works is that when you sell a share and then you want to buy into something else, if it's within a certain amount of money, and I'm not exactly sure the details, it probably depends on broker to broker, but you have a waiting period before your cash settles. And if you try to go and buy into another stock before your money has settled, then which is 2 days, 2 trading days. So like if you sell, say for example you sold today, this is with Fidelity. If you were to sell today, you wouldn't be able to get your money until Tuesday morning. So you'd be able to trade Tuesday morning with your money. So you would miss out on all the price action that happens with AMC from today and Monday. So keep that in mind. Another thing to consider too as well is that if you were to trade to into something and then you traded out of it really quickly, it would again be another T+2. Yes, exactly. You can get a good faith violation. Some of you may have already had good faith violations and not even realize it if you've made these kind of trades. And if you're only allowed, I believe, with Fidelity 3, I think after your first one, actually, Fishkill, it's worse than that. You can get what's called, I think it's called a freeloader or freeloading violation. And on a freeloading violation, what they'll do is they'll restrict your account from trading. It'll be a mandatory restriction from trading for 6 months. Unless you have settled cash first, which can really screw you up. Really screw you up. So, and a lot of people don't know this. A lot of people don't know this. So this is why they're throwing that eye candy out, because they're going to catch people. They're going to catch people leaving either AMC or XYZ or whatever the heck it is. They're going to catch them leaving from that, going to whatever eye candy it is that they put out there and trying to leave that to come running back to AMC, because they don't want the volume. They have to force you into a position where you can't get back into this stock. And the only way they can do that means that we're days out. That means we're literally days out from seeing a massive price increase on this. And they want to make as many of you ineligible from being able to trade into this stock as possible. Good faith is 90 days. Freeloading is 6 months. 6 months, I believe. I might be wrong. Fish Killer may be right on that. I think it's 6 months for freeloading. Yeah. I'm telling you guys, there's some serious downsides to day trading that a lot of people just do not know about, and until they get hit with it, they can get screwed big time. You'll get screwed out of missing. You'll miss the rocket. You'll miss the rocket launch, and it will depress the crap out of you. It it really does suck. Fish Killer's right. I've been hit with that before. I had no idea what it was. No idea. I got hit with a freeloader, and I also got hit with the um, good faith violation. I only had one good faith violation, but I had a freeloading violation, and it stopped me from being able to trade. I thought it was for, it might have been 3 months, but I thought it was for 6 months, where I couldn't trade unless I had the settled cash first. So yeah. They're going to try and tie up as many people as they can into little eye candies on the side of the road. This is part of the playbook. This is 100% part of the playbook. And not only will they try to trap you into being able to catch the rocket ride on this, but on top of that, what they're going to try to do is catch you on a price drop on the other one. They might drop the price so fast and so hard that there's no way you can sell fast enough, that you will lose some portion of the money that you put into it, and they're going to catch people. They're going to catch people off guard, and they're going to steal a lot of money. They're definitely going to create this is going to be a revenue generator for them. Yeah, I think it's called freeloading, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look it up and make sure. Well, maybe it's free riding. Free riding. Sorry, I said freeloading. It's the same thing to me. It's free riding. Free riding is a violation of the Federal Reserve Board's Regulation T, resulting in a suspension of the trader's account. The term also refers to an illegal practice involving an underwriting syndicate member who withholds part of new securities issues and later sells it at a higher price. Look it up. I'll put it on here so you guys can see what it is. So you can see what I'm saying is not the case. You guys can look it up and you can see what I'm talking about. I'm not lying to you. I promise I wouldn't do that. I want to I want to inform you guys, right? I want to inform you. I want you guys to be knowledgeable. I want you to be as successful as you possibly can be. And I am not sitting here telling you don't go trade other places. I'm telling you beware of the risks. Beware of what it is that you could potentially happen to you if you're going to do that. I want you to be successful more than anything, because if you're successful, I'm successful. Okay, here comes the sucking. Here comes the sucking part of 10 a.m. It's coming here. You can almost see it just happening right now. They're going to try and drive this volume down here. Got about 4 minutes for technical analysis. Yep, Joe, you're 100% right. Whipsaws will kill people's accounts. It'll make them ineligible to trade, and they will miss the rocket. They will miss it. There's going to be, come next week, there's going to be so many people who get effed. And they're going to be so upset that they will have missed out on an opportunity of a lifetime. Meanwhile, they think that they're making exorbitant amounts of money on these other plays. They have no idea. They have no idea what's about to hit. This is how Wall Street games people. They've been doing it for years. Years and years and years and years. They know how to game us. It's part of the playbook. Remember the golden rules, guys. More than anything, remember the golden rules. Don't make this personal. I want you guys to look at the golden rules and read them before you make any choices. Read those golden rules and make sure you're following those golden rules. If you make this personal, it's going to be emotional and you're going to make bad decisions. I love this. No, this is reeks to me of nothing's happening here, guys. Nothing's happening here. Like, look at this whole thing. Nothing's happening here, guys. Nope, nope. It's just more manipulation, and then boom. Nobody's looking at this. This is the part that's like nobody's looking at this and saying like what's happening day to day and what's different about today. They're looking at this. They're seeing this right now and they're going like, yeah, AMC is just doing the usual. But nobody's looking at this right here. Nobody. Except for you guys. You guys are. You guys are looking at this and this makes a difference. All right, it's time for me to start refreshing screens, so let me go ahead and start doing that while you guys are watching. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. First technical analysis of the morning and during market open hours requires us to kind of look at things a little more intensely. So let me refresh absolutely everything. Oh man, Ortex never has me log back in. They just made me log back in. That's weird. What you doing, Ortex? What's going on? Probably just standard stuff. All right, let's start on the top right-hand side with institutional share ownership, which is at 138,187. I'm going to go ahead and update that. Okay, no change. Just wanted to make sure. Price predictions for yesterday. Adam was the only one to get the correct price prediction. Coming in with a solid point. The rest of us 0. Dark pools so far traded this morning is definitely lower than normal. At 49% traded in the dark pool for today. Short exempt volume is down to 159.3. With lower volume, that's going to be lower. But you know what's going to happen today? With higher volume, the short exempt volume is going to be much, much higher. So we're going to see that spike. When you go to look at this over the weekend, go look at short exempt volume, go to Stonko Tracker. They should have the data, I don't know, I would expect by at least Monday. But go keep checking it and see if it doesn't spike up to like 6, 7, 800,000, maybe even more. I don't know. Utilization did spike. It went from I don't remember off the top of my head what it was before. Maybe percent. We'll look at it here when we pull up Vortex. Borrowed change amount for the morning this morning is return of 587.9 thousand shares. That's going to bring down the estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 16.59%. Let's see, the max pain for the day today is at $40. The highest level of volume for the options. So for today, the highest level of call options is currently at $37. Those guys, I have a feeling, are going to make out good, really good today. 37 bucks with oh, by the way, yesterday it was 42, so it's dropped significantly down to 37 with 8. Sorry, wait. Oh, I can't read. I thought that was an 8. Oh no, I'm right. 7.6 thousand contracts. On the put side, highest level volume currently at 35, so there's only a $2 spread between the two. That is down from 40, with total volume at 9.7. So put volume higher than call volume. My volume prediction for the day today is 100 to 130 million. I'm going to go to the restroom real quick, guys. It's hitting me. The coffee's hitting me hard today. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. Whenever you see the glasses break out, it's gonna be a cue to you guys that shit's getting serious. All right, good old Gazer Beam Gary up there. Time for him to go away. All right. I guess what I want to show you on this page. Man, it's so much more clear with my glasses on. This is what I was trying to show everybody earlier this morning is that we're starting to see this the on loan amount starting to curve around. It's going to start heading back up as they start having to loan more shares. We're seeing this kind of leveling out as well, but I expect this to continue to drop back down. It should continue to drop as they borrow more shares, and these lines will start diverging, and then we'll have our price run up shortly thereafter. Estimated current short share interest of the free float, again, also bottoming out and starting to head back up again. So on shares on loan is increasing. Utilization is increasing. Once they start borrowing those shares in this borrowed box over here, the estimated current short share interest of the free float will start increasing. I have a feeling they're going to have some misreporting going on, and so we won't see this probably increasing as much as it should be, and they'll have to do a correction on this later, but that'll be down the road. Current orders by Fidelity customers, AMC running in 10, 9, 8, 7th position with 55% buys to 45% sale orders. GME GME in the top 10. GME with 67% buys and 33% sales. Look at that. Way to go, GME. Way to get back on the top 10 list. That is awesome. That is freaking awesome. People know. People know what's going on. This tells me the fact that GME just popped up on this page tells me people know exactly what the F is going on right now. They know exactly what's happening. We got some. These apes are smarter than they let off. Definitely smarter. Shares borrowed in the last, I don't know, half hour or so since I last checked it. Looks like it's down about 50,000. 50,000 more shares borrowed. So let's see. That's going to put us at 1.7 million shares traded or borrowed for the day today. It's really kind of low. I expect that to start shooting up maybe later on in the afternoon. We'll see how the market's doing in general. China did well yesterday. 1.18% up. Shenzhen was up 0.33. NASDAQ is down 0.45. Dow Jones is up 0.37, and the S&P 500 is up 0.04. There is more decliners than advancers, with 3,571 decliners to 3,482 advancers. So the market's definitely in a slight decline. Robinhood is down 2.4%. Amazon down 1.14%. That's pretty big. Cinemark is down 0.15. Doge down 1.78. Oh, excuse me. GME is down 4.29%. We are down 6.6%. Checking our inflow versus outflow. We currently have it's a pretty big spread there. 2, 6. Yeah, 36-point spread between outflow and inflow, resulting in our 6% drop down, 6.5, 6.7. Our total volume is at 14.61 after 45 minutes of trading. Okay, they've dropped this down pretty quick. It's down now to 126. We're averaging 126.7 million. So that's a considerable drop. A very considerable drop from where it was at. Let me just check something to see here. What are we averaging per minute? Yeah, we're going to have to see a spike in volume like midday for this to go back up again. But it's still, I mean, the 10 o'clock drop in volume is very, it's very, it's not severe. It's very gradual. On a 1 hour interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with RSI extremely low at 23.84. The RSI is signaling go time. It's got a double dip down into the RSI, so I would imagine this is indicated to me we're going to see a reversal here. On a 30-minute interval, slightly bit more buying pressure than selling pressure, with RSI having been way low earlier, coming out and dipping back in and coming back out. Again, another indicator that this is going to be heading back up. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure. This is showing that signs that it's going to start having reversal with RSI at 44.81, so plenty of room to move up. This is our reversal is coming. It's coming. We have a triple dip here on RSI. I'm going to go back out to the 30-minute and just check this real quick. It's like Batman ears. It's like the triple Batman head and shoulders. Sorry, I'm pulling out a little bit. I want to see if there's a bigger picture here I'm missing. I mean, it's just like, I really don't want to. I don't want to like draw anything out yet here because I'm not seeing what it is that I want to draw. I feel like if there would have been anything, it would have been like maybe a slight wedge formation happening, and we're already breaking out of it, so it's kind of pointless to draw it. So let's just keep an eye on this and see where it goes, and then we'll try to get an idea a little bit later. Let me see what you guys are writing here. So Delusion saying the only piece of news today that I've seen was Evergrande being able to repay its first interest payment due on September 23rd. Ethan says, "Hey, wouldn't this break the bang phase rules?" Yes, it does. It's if I think I know what you mean by it breaking it. If you mean that we're going from bang to blow, then yes, 100%. But we have to see the price increase, right? Because it has to be a price increase and a volume increase. So I already have bang. Oh, you know what? You're so right. I put bang and I meant to put blow. You're 100. Thank you for correcting me. I meant to put blow. Yeah, so we're breaking into the blow phase of suck, squeeze, bang, blow. I appreciate that, Ethan. I don't know if that's what you were trying to assume. But yeah, that's kind of what I'm going to blind you guys here. Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Blinding. But yeah, and this is kind of what I'm estimating. So this is yesterday's numbers. If we hit like 130 million, even if we hit 100 million, all we really have to do is hit 70 plus million shares, and day over day we're doing really well. Let's just put 70 in there. 70 million shares would be 108% increase in volume. And we don't necessarily have to see 43.5. Open was 37.31. 10% increase would be basically just over 40. So, nope, 41, 42. Yeah, I would say 42 at the minimum. It could be 41.75, I think. Yeah. 41.75 at the minimum. These would be the minimums. For us to definitely say that today is part of the, well, let me go back on my price here just a second. 6.89, 13, 8, 17, 51. Yeah, it's going to have to be much higher. I mean, 6.4 would be a minimum is what I'm saying. So yeah, so 6.4% increase in price and 108% increase in volume, and I definitely would color this entire thing red. In fact, I'm gonna make it red now, and we'll see. We'll see if we hit that. 41.75 for an ending price and 70 million shares is all we need for me to make this red. Otherwise, it's going to be a continuation of orange. Although 70 million it'd be awfully weird to hit 70 million and not have a big price increase. You're right. You're right, Crazy Pepe. That signal that we had, that this head and shoulders is bad. The only problem I have with it is that this trailing shoulder here is a little bit higher than this leading shoulder, which is not supposed to be how a true head and shoulder formation is supposed to look. It's supposed to be lower if the price is going to go lower, but the price still ended up going lower, so it completed its formation. I don't know if you saw it this morning, but I had a box kind of where I thought we would start the opening price at for the day because of that formation, which we did. We fell right inside that box. But we moved to a different pattern now. Now we start trading. I think we either start trading across, or with maybe a slight increase, or we start seeing massive increases. No, Ethan, it cannot. The price cannot. I would have to, if the price gapped down. So the number one rule to moving into the blow phase is that price has to move up. It has to. There's no way that you're in the blow if price moves down. It wouldn't invalidate the whole thing. It would just tell me that we're still in the. It would tell me that we had a little bit of an irregular. What's the word I'm looking for? Irregular. I can't use I can't speak. Need more coffee. An irregular move. I can't think of the word. Just not a normal pattern. To see the volume spike up and price go down inside the bang would be kind of odd. It'd be very odd, suspicious. So I don't expect to see that happen. I really don't. I just don't see how you can have that much of a volume increase day over day and not see price increase. Yeah. I didn't want to say what Dr. Drake just said, but I'm 100% with what he just said. 100%. Irregularity. Thank you. I don't know why I couldn't say it. When I see it written, I can say it. When I try to put it in my head, it doesn't work. Irregularity. I don't know why I couldn't say it. Coffee, I thought would help. Yeah, I actually texted Eric a little bit when I was in the restroom. I texted him to let him know. I was like, you know what? They had a. I don't want to talk about it, Dr. Drake. I just don't. I do want to talk about it, but I don't want to talk about it. You know what I mean? I don't want to lend it any credit. I don't want to lend it any credit whatsoever. What I would have said would have been exactly what Dr. Drake said, and I'm not going to say it. Not the last part, the second to last, no, third last part that he said there about halted 3 times and whatnot. It's it's bad news. Oh, sorry. I don't have anything on the screen, do I? Good point. Let me click on what some of these. Wait, what? Huh. Weird. Let's see what the Amazon news is. Elon Musk becoming the richest or the world's wealthiest person, far and away, it says. I'm doing good today. I am doing excellent today. I think with the fact that our volume is doing incredibly well, I think we're looking super good. I'm super bullish on what's happening for our movement today. I know most people are probably looking at what's happening with the price here. I think they're probably looking. They woke up this morning. A little bit of awkward George W. kind of going on here. They probably woke up this morning, they took a look at this and went, wow, AMC being a piece of crap like usual, and they didn't give it a second look. And the second look, and I know I did, I woke up this morning and looked at the price and was like, are you kidding? And it was really funny because last night I was joking around with somebody. I said, it was funny because I had called 38.50 kind of being the bottom. In fact, I don't remember who came in, but they said, is 38.50 still your low for the day? And I really thought it was going to happen in the beginning of the day, but sure enough, in the aftermarket hours, they hit 38.50 on the nose. Then I woke up to this morning, and I was like, what? And I was like, I just sat there and I looked at it for a minute. I was like, what is going on here? And then I started looking at the volume, and it said like 250,000 shares traded. And I was like, whoa. I mean, that was monstrous to wake up to. 250,000 shares. We had, as an example, I think when I woke up yesterday, 15,000 shares traded. That's the difference. I woke up today with 250,000 shares traded versus 15,000. What kind of a markup is that? Let's see. I'm going to use my Excel spreadsheet because I like it better. That's a 1,566% increase in volume day over day. That's what I woke up to, and I looked at it this morning. I was just like, I was like at a loss for words. I was like, am I looking at this right? What's going on here? It didn't even make sense. And then to top it off, once I started the show, I started looking at some things a little bit differently. We were kind of noticing some weird irregularities. For example, this little spike right here in volume that was 223,000 in shares. When I woke up this morning, it was this time right here. We already had that many in shares. This volume spike didn't change the number at all. So the number that was being reported in the volume was already traded back here when I woke up. I have no idea when it was traded, but it didn't actually show up on the ticker until 7:07. I had woken up at right back here. So it took almost like probably a full 30 minutes for it to report that volume. And then I went back in the time and sales this morning, and I went to go see if there was, if you go back in the time and sales to this exact minute at 7:07, there was no orders. There was less orders. I could fill the entire page with the time and sales. There was maybe like, I don't know, 30 orders tops during that minute. And so I went back through the time and sales for everything this entire morning, and I mean, there's just nothing that indicated that there was like a massive buy. Nothing that indicated just a single purchase. And that wasn't our seven. That wasn't in. Oh wait. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the wrong time. That was this. No, that was the right one. Yeah, this one. And then we hit our 7 a.m. My 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume, which excuse me, which is 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is this one right here. So look at that. Look at the difference. This is our normal pokey stick of volume. Something happened, and our volume just absolutely spiked this morning. And it's still running high. It's still running high. Let's compare our 5-minute now. Look at today in volume compared to the other days. The top's right here for our first 5 minutes. Fish Killer saying, I wouldn't touch it. Banks will leave retail holding the bag. Fish Killer, I tend to agree. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. If people went in for a quick 25% and got out, God bless them. My heart wouldn't be able to handle it. Yeah, I hear you. To give you guys a little bit of a heads up, I was kind of going through last night some more of that data from the Hilbert sine wave, and I kind of want to share a picture with you guys. Somebody was able to share with me the actual charting for that and what it looks like in contrast. Well, it's a little hard to explain for me yet still, so I don't know. Maybe I'll hold off on that. But I guess what I want to tell you is that we definitely are seeing some really good similarities to that Hilbert sine wave, and I really think that we're moving into newer highs. Kind of like, who was it? Was it Amanda that was saying that earlier? I don't remember who said it. I think it was the bottom, higher low, higher low, higher high, kind of a thing, and I would tend to agree with that. I just want to look and see what It's really interesting. The first hour, even though we had such a massive, why is it reporting so weird? 17 million. 17. It'll be interesting to see what the rest of our formation looks like in contrast. If they can really get volume to cool off, it'll be impressive. It's still going to be day over day higher though. I mean, we're already at 20. Look at how much we're at right now already. We're at 20 million shares traded here, just a little over an hour into the day. I mean, this is going to be a big volume data for us. I know, man. I know. I don't want to lend it any credit. I don't want to lend it any credit at all. So a pretty large increase of buying pressure on the hour. RSI still low. On a 30-minute, definitely more buying pressure. RSI low. 5-minute, we almost crossed over. Almost crossed over. But more selling pressure on the 5-minute. RSI coming back down at 44.29. We're getting another sine wave here. If they can, Dr. Drake, it's going to take like 1 or 2 days, right? They're going to have to wait for their money to clear. It's going to take them at least a minimum of 2 days before they can do it. So we wouldn't see any kind of profits that are made off of that. We wouldn't see until Tuesday next week. Which is fine by me, because I mean, honestly, if we have an update today, even if it's just a fraction of an amount, that typically leads to, you know, if a net positive on Friday, then you're net positive usually on Monday, and if that means that we're going to have a good push on Tuesday next week, then I'm all for it. Everybody on Reddit's like, not gonna work, Kenny boy. Ape's not selling. Oh man. This is so funny. Oh man, the shills are out today. The shills are out. Um, a gap to fill. We have a gap to fill around 37.87. I think I see what you're saying. This gap right here. I don't know. I'm quite frankly more. I'm always worried about the 40 to 45 gap. I think that's the gap that was really the scary gap for me. I know what you're saying probably has some truth to it. Yeah, I mean it definitely has some truth to it, based on what I'm seeing here. But it's such a smaller range that I'm really not worried. Oh, really? Weebles just decided to close out on me. You guys don't want to see that page. There you go. Let me get Weeble backing up and running here. Well, this is how they're gonna play things, huh? I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm joking around, guys. I don't think I was just attacked or anything like that. It's more joking than anything. Look at the daily chart. All right, looking at the daily interval. And you're saying 37, let's see, 37.87. I mean, I see it. I don't even have to pull out this far back. I can see it on the 30-minute. I can see it as well. I definitely see what it is that you're talking about, but I would be much. I'm still more worried about that 40 to 45 range. We need to powerhouse through that way harder than we need to that 37 gap range to what appears to be like maybe like $40 is not as scary for me. I don't see. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Amanda. Like, think like a normal person. Stop being smart, Amanda. Stop being smart. Think like a normal ape. People don't tend to sell on like weird numbers, like 38 or 39, maybe 39, but they tend to pick these like rounded numbers. Why? I have no idea. Maybe we are taught in school to count by fives, and that's why we enjoy rounded numbers like 40 and 35. I have no idea. I really don't know what it is. Maybe people are suspicious about certain numbers. I don't know. But the idea, the gap that you're talking about, is I think less scary. Um, Something tells me I should have answered that. Um, it's less scary to me than that $40 to $45 range, because that's the real gray zone for me. I'm about ready to draw something here, real close. Let's give this just a little bit longer. No, I see the gap you're talking about. I do. You know, if I actually put my levels of resistance and support in here, no, I thought for sure I'd see it on here. This Fibonacci line might be a little too high. It's so annoying. Yeah, see, that's much better. Volume is everything. Volume is everything, and it's fallen off quite a bit. I mean, it could be worse. I mean, we're still hitting like 100,000 a minute, which is way better than we've done in the past. It's not falling off all that bad. I mean, we're still having minutes in here where we have like close to 250,000 a minute. Oh, you know what? I think I told you guys 300. It's 250,000. I don't know why I said that earlier. It's 250,000 shares a minute times 390 should be, yeah. It's just under, it's like, maybe it is 300,000. Hold on a second. It's been a while. No, it is. It's 200. Yeah, that's probably a closer number. 260,000 shares a minute on average for 390 minutes in a day is like 101.4 million. So, you know, that's why I think I've always stated that like 250,000 shares a minute is what you want to see. You know what? My dog's outside. Let me go let him in real quick. Okay. Right. JP's got it. I think I've just always rounded it to 250 and said if we hit 250 every single minute, if we average 250 every single minute, then you end up hitting 100 million. So that's really what you want to see. So there's two things you want to see every day. You want to see like 1 million shares traded by 7 a.m. and you also want to see 250 million shares, sorry, 250,000 shares traded every minute. Those are really good signs. But an increase in volume today is going to mean a couple different things for us. I do want to look at the volume for GME and see if it's up for them as well. I feel like it might be. 1.1 million traded for them already. Whoa. Whoa. Nice work, GME. Their average 3-month volume is 2.83 million. They're like way ahead of their pace, their normal pace. They're doing very, very well for volume today. Extremely well. Yeah. That's good for them. That's really, really good for them. Super good. So, sine wave. You guys know what a sine wave is? I wonder if I can do this on trading view. I don't know if I can. Oops. We're trading more above the wave than we are down. I don't know why I put this in here. I could have just drawn this out, but I think what I'm trying to get at is that what I want to do is I wish I could just fold this on top of itself if that was possible. But this is about that point in time that I want to draw the wedge for you guys. The wedge or the ascending parallel channel. I'm not sure which. Probably more of an ascending parallel channel. We'll see if we can get it going here. So it's either going to be that or this. So we'll see how this kind of goes here. I'm not sure which one it is. It's either a wedge or it's an ascending parallel channel. Having a little bit difficult time determining which one it is, but we'll see what happens here. If it breaks through the wedge, early on here, then I would be inclined to believe that that it's more likely the ascending parallel channel. But it's pretty big. It's a pretty big channel. The dark pools aren't very high today. They're not high, and lending probably isn't very high either. JP, did you pull out a calculator for that? Oops. 256.14. Yeah, you did. Yeah, that's funny. Makes me laugh, man. Makes me laugh. Yeah, it would definitely be an irregular. I can't say it again. I gotta go back and see where somebody wrote it. Irregularity. To see volume be super high and not have a price increase. It would be very, very odd. Let me go back and look and see if we ever had that happen in the bang phase before. Like where we had like 100% increase. There was one that was kind of close. And it was a down day in price. Here's one. This is on 310. On 310, we had a 74% increase in volume, but the price was down 6.19%. The problem was is that the price went up to 13% the day before, and you know, in the bang phase, what the rule is that the price has to stay relatively the same. And I try not to look at percentages because relative has to do more with where it's at in price and not necessarily percentages. And so it went from 9.29 on the first day of the bang to 10.5, which is really only like it's just slightly more than a buck increase in price, which is relatively close. So it had a correction back down the other way down to -6, but we've already had a correction downwards. I really didn't think that we would see much lower than 37 bucks. And our closing wasn't, right? I mean, we have to kind of base it off of closing and opening prices. The closing price was like 39 bucks, so I have a hard time believing that today closing price could be much lower than 37 because that would be relatively close to where we started the bang phase if we're going to continue to stay in the bang phase. But if we move up in volume and price stays down, it's got to at least be above 37 bucks. It's got to be above 37. But going back to that date that I was talking about where we did have where was it? It was March 10th. And then the next day after that was a 68% drop in volume with a increase in price. Let's see what the 10th and 11th were. What days of the week they were. I'm just kind of curious. A Wednesday and a Thursday. And then on that Friday we moved into the bang phase, or the blow phase. 312. With price up 8.56% and volume up 32%. And then the following Monday was up in price by 25.81% and 150% in volume. It's time. Technical analysis. I feel like I just said that like all somber. It's time for technical analysis, guys. Again. It's so hard. I know it is, guys. I know it is. I know you guys are all looking at other stuff. I can feel it. I can feel it. You want to be looking at other things going like, why is this happening to us? You're going to feel that feeling is going to be there. It's going to be there for a while, at least a good couple days. Why isn't this happening? Why aren't we moving up as much as everybody else? I remember this feeling so much in May. So much in May. I was like, why aren't we going up like Bitcoin? Why can't we be as good as Bitcoin? I kept remember saying that to myself. Like, I really wish we could be doing as well as Bitcoin is right now. I said Bitcoin. I meant Dogecoin. Dogecoin. Let's see. Let's refresh this one. All right, in the dark pools, currently trading 55.04% in the dark pools. That's going to be around like 59, 60%, which is kind of low for this time of the morning. We typically see 58 to 60 by this time of the morning, so dark pools are trading a little bit lower than usual. Borrow change is currently at 300 negative return of 350,000 shares. That is less than what they had returned earlier, which was 587, which is going to increase our estimated share interest of the free float to 16.63%. The highest level of call volume at $37, which is where it was an hour ago. It went from 7.6 to 17.5. Big increase. On the put side, highest level of volume currently at $35, which is where it was an hour ago. It went from 9.7 to 13.8. Cooling off a little bit on those puts. So a $2 spread, so they're signaling towards a close of $36 today. There's a lot of open interest out there that really would love to see higher prices. I know it. There was a lot of people betting on 52 this morning. It was the highest level of open interest. Don't get caught playing the options if you're not a winner. And don't just think that you're a winner. Know that you're a winner. Soy ondi do di do. I'm a loser, baby. I've always said that's how I say it. AMC currently. Oh, moving you guys back to the other page. AMC currently trading 7th with 58% buys to 42% sales. This is really good. GME still on the list here in 10th with 74% buys to 26% sales. Both of us have really good volume today. Really, really good. I'm really enjoying the fact that GME is up here. I do believe that there's some really smart investors in GME, and I think that they probably are making money and moving it over. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they've borrowed another 50,000 here, and that's about it. They are now at 1.75 million shares borrowed for the day today, so a very low borrow day today. Also a low dark pool trade today. It's almost like their attention is being focused on something else. What could it be? I do not know. I don't care. Robinhood down. Oh, no. Let's look at the market. More advancers than decliners. 3,509 advancers to 3,496. It's almost like the market's even. Right down the middle. NASDAQ is down 0.4445, down 0.45%. Dow Jones is up 0.3, and the S&P 500 is up 0.04%. The Robinhood is down negative 2.57. Amazon is down negative 1.57. Cinemark is up 0.2. Doge is down 0.77. GameStop is down 5.32, and we are down just about 6%, with a negative outflow of 52%, 52 points, with a total volume average pace for the day of 101.3 million shares for the day today. Now, I guess between 100 and 130, and I hate being high, which is why I guessed a little bit lower, because originally I was going to pick something closer to the range of like 140 to 170. So I'm glad that I went down a little bit in volume prediction. I do think there's a chance that later on the day today that we're going to see volume pick back up, so I might not necessarily be out of the running just yet. Time will tell. Time will tell. Still on pace, still looking good though for, you know, 70 million shares traded for the day today. Still looking pretty good for that. Time will tell. On a 1 hour interval, currently definitely more buying pressure going on than selling pressure, with the RSI at 26.33. On a 30-minute interval, we have pretty even, just maybe slightly higher buying pressure than selling pressure, but both really high. RSI at 36.82, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, it has crossed over about 10 minutes ago, and RSI is just below, just underneath average at 47.51. So I think everything's still signaling us kind of moving on an upwards trajectory. And I'm going to try that word again, irregularity. I said it without looking at the word being spelled. I don't know why I'm having a problem with that word. Let's take a look at what the spider. I don't care about Nancy Pelosi. No offense. I mean, just don't care, I guess. There was nothing worth reading. Drilling deep, using a helper if Amazon is fulfilling your shipments. Zach, welcome back. Zach, I think you might have been the one asking me. Did you see that, Zach, yesterday? You know, I know I was way off. I really felt like I felt we would see 38.50 as the low for yesterday, early on in the trading day. But I'm just going to take you back to this point that, you know, did you see what the low was? I nailed it on the head, 38.50, and then the market closed right here, and then when it opened back up, we got to a new low. Did you see that, Zach? Did you see it? Because I couldn't believe it. I was like, "Holy crap! We hit 38.50 in the aftermarket hours." I was a little surprised myself, honestly. Um, as anybody knows around here, I'm really bad at price predictions, so it's kind of pointless to ask me. But what do I see as like the lows for the day? Um, I don't know. I kind of want to say that we probably already hit it at 36.09. Now, what I will say is that I really felt like hedge funds wanted to hit SSR. There is multiple ways to hit or trigger SSR. Today, SSR would have triggered at 35.32, and they didn't make it. What I do also want to say is that a synthetic price failure begins at $35.78. It got really super close at 36.09. If you don't know what a synthetic price failure is, sorry, I'm changing some numbers on my side over here. A synthetic price failure is an attempt by hedge funds to manipulate the price down to a point to where they can get maximum amount of paper hands without with minimum effort required. Unfortunately for them, that percentage is it's about 19.5% from a previous high. Our previous high was 44.44 that we hit on 10 or 9:30 rather. I think that's right. Let me just make sure I'm getting that number correctly here. Yeah, that was our last high. Let me just make sure I got the right date too. Oh, I have the wrong date. 10/19 was the last. That was when that hit. What did we hit on 9:30? Oh, I just didn't change my dates. Okay, so 44. I gotta change my date real quick here. Hold on a second. 10/19. I've got some. I gotta modify my page because I'm off somewhere. But I guess it's okay. 44.44 is what we're tracking from that last previous high there. Hitting 36.09 would be an 18.8% drop in price. That almost to a textbook matches a synthetic price failure. So from this point right here down to here, that's really dang close. Really, really, really dang close. I could imagine there may be an attempt to try and drive it down that last percentage point that it would need to be an official synthetic price failure, which we'd be seeing like that 35.70 something. As to whether or not we actually have more paper hands if that does happen is a good question. I have no idea. That would extend the drop in price slightly, maybe 1.5% or so, meaning like $35. So, but there's been plenty of times where I've seen this in the past where they've dropped it like 18% and then just stopped and gave up because it was costing them too much. They are not borrowing a lot of shares today, so that may be the case. If we see a massive amount of shares get borrowed here real quickly, I would expect to see that push down. So that's what you're watching for. Watch for on Sonko Tracker. Watch to see if they borrow a bunch of shares all of a sudden, because if they do, you're going to see the volume is going to start spiking back up again. They'll drop that price down to about 35 to $36 somewhere in that range, and then it'll just take off from there. They'll let it go. They'll let it rip. Especially if they hit SSR, because what SSR does is it's supposed to protect retail. It's supposed to protect retail, and the funny thing about SSR is I feel like it doesn't protect us at all. It favors the hedge funds, and the fact that they are, by rules and regulations that are upheld by the SEC, it actually creates an instance for them to be able to create synthetic shares to create liquidity. So it actually ends up benefiting them. And then it also prevents the price from spiking up because it kind of puts into place some additional protections. Hold on a second, guys. Um, I tend to agree with what Bandara is saying right there. We're ready. We're already freezing on hourly time frames. Today's forecast is 100 plus 100% volume day to day. I agree. That's a great sign. I think next week is going to be very hot. I call it dip before the rip, and I would tend to agree. This is why we're seeing so many shiny things to go chase after right now. If they can lock up people into buying other stocks now, they won't be able to get out of those stocks and back into AMC quick enough. So the shiny material is going to be, the traps are going to be set today. There will be plenty of traps available for you. And I'm not trying to discourage you guys from doing what it is that you want to do. I'm really not. I want you to be successful, and I more than anything, I really just want you to be successful. So I'm warning you. I'm warning you is all I'm doing is I'm trying to let you know that there's reasons to the madness. There's definitely reasons to the madness. As the price moves up this ascending parallel channel, this would be a bearish indicator. The ascending wedge formation that I have here is a little bit more tricky to. Let me check something out real quick. I'm pretty sure, I feel like I check this out every single time and it never changes, but yeah, increasing price and falling volume is bearish. Yeah. So I think both of these two signals, and I'm not really sure which one's going to play out here. Both of these two signals are kind of a bearish move. So there is that possibility it'll break out of one of these two formations because I've got, I just used the parallel. So I've got a parallel channel set up here, and then I used the top edge of the parallel channel as the formation for my wedge. So I'm not really sure which one's going to play out, but you would expect, or I would expect, to see this breakout kind of at these points of well, here would be a point of resistance, like here. And most of the time when I put these in, we end up breaking out in between them lately. So, you know, break out really anytime. I just put these boxes in as a point of resistance to let you know that as we move up this wedge here, you have a point of resistance, and you have a point of the wedge, which is I guess a line of breaking out point, and so they converge into these boxes, and they're like ideal points at where it would break out at. Sometimes it goes right through them. Both of these, it'll go right over the top and break out right down the middle. So you know, it's kind of a point of reference. Sometimes we break out. I don't know. These are only two boxes I feel comfortable drawing right now. I'm going to draw some more real quickly here. Another point of a breakout would be here. And I'll just leave those three for break time because I'll be back before. Actually, I'll be back before any of these, I think. Yeah. So it is break time for me, though. Crazy Pepe says, a person said, I just made 1,000% on a stock that reached 1,500% in one day. AMC manipulators will never let that happen to AMC. What do you think? Do they have a choice? I mean, do they really have a choice? We're all holding. I mean, there's signs of some people who are selling, but it's like a drop in the bucket. And, you know, like 7 million shares that we've bled off in the last week out of 2.5 billion at the very least that we can account for. I mean, they're bleeding off money. They might be making money elsewhere, but they're bleeding money here. completely bleeding money, and I just don't. I don't understand how they would have a choice. They can't not keep it from happening. I mean, we would have to start selling. We would have to start selling, and we would see it. We would see evidence of massive sell-offs, and I'm not seeing that. I'm just not seeing it. I don't think they have a choice. I don't think that anybody who's hedging against this stock has any say in what's going to be a high run on this. Because once the margin calls happen, I mean, what's the saying? There's infinite losses on a put against a stock that's runs, and then so as long as we hold, it's an infinite amount of losses that they can have. So I don't think they have any say in it. Oh, I appreciate it, Badback. I'm glad that you're being successful. I am definitely happy that you're being successful. Just make sure that you keep that success up, right? Because it only takes one slip up for you to lose all that. So just be careful. I want to see you win. If you win, I win. So I'm rooting for you. I'm going to go ahead and take my break, and I will see you guys back here at 11 o'clock. And remember the golden rules, guys. Go to the description box. I've got them in there. More than anything, remember the golden rules, because if you're not abiding by the golden rules, then you're probably setting yourself up for failure. And that goes for any stock. It doesn't matter which stock you're involved in. Those golden rules apply always. Not financial advice. Mm, 11 a.m. Okay, guys, you know what's going to happen. I'm going to break. We'll put Gary Gensler out here. Good old Gazer Beam Gensler, and he'll have a say, and I guess he'll have a little watchy looky over what happens, because price loves to go up while I'm gone. So I'll see you guys in a little bit. I know you guys are wondering what the heck is going on with the market. I can see it in the comments. What is happening? Well, you know what time it is. It's time to check it out. Good old Gazer Beam Gary over there protecting us. What did happen there, Gazer Beam Gary? We obviously did not break out of the upside of this wedge here. I really feel like this is more of a parallel, ascending parallel channel now. I mean, we've seen the bottom supported on this a couple times here. This should break out going down at some point. Look at volume just trade sideways right now. Volume's still semi-decent. It's not terrible. The calm before the storm. All right, let's take a look at everything and we'll figure this out here as we go. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye to Gazer Beam Gary over here. And let's see what we got going on. Currently traded into the dark pools. We got 56.41%. That's going to be about 61% on Stonko Tracker if it was still reporting. The borrowed change amount is increasing to a return of 839,000 shares. That is up by about 500,000. It was 350,000 earlier. So that's going to decrease the estimated current short share interest of the free float down to 16.55%. Highest level of volume currently still $37 on the contracts, and we're showing about, it was 17.5 an hour ago, it's now 21.5. And on the put side, you know what, let me scan down the list here just in case there's something down lower that I'm missing. I want to make sure I'm giving you guys accurate data. Okay, nothing lower. Look at that. Look at all those really, really, really low numbers down there. In fact, it's got zeros from 25 down. Not a whole lot of support on the idea that this thing's going to continue to tank, that's for sure. In fact, I would draw the line at, the line in the sand looks like it's drawn on 33 to 32. But still the highest level of volume currently at 16, at 35 bucks. Let's see where that was an hour ago. Same thing. It was 13.8 an hour ago. It is now 16.7 thousand contracts. So the market's signaling about a $36 closing price for the day today. That's what it's, at least what it's signaling for. Yeah, just looking at stuff. Okay, let's take a look at the other screens here. Fidelity orders by Fidelity customers currently skyrocketing. 10, 9, 8, 7th position still. It's where it was about an hour ago with 62% buys to 38% sales. People are jumping back into AMC. Over the last couple days, I'd say, you know, we've had more selling pressure than buying pressure, but the demand is back. The demand is back, and it's back in good numbers. It's back in demand. GME way high in demand. GME in 10th position, holding 10th position on the list here. Currently with an 81% buy to a 19% sell order ratio. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. I can feel the heat. The heat is radiating like the sun. The heat is radiating like the sun. we're like hot uranium over here. Shares available to borrow. Nothing but no new shares borrowed just as of yet. Only returned. Currently 3,000 contracts in the money on the call side, 68,000 contracts out of the money on the put side. What's the market doing? Big sell-offs. NASDAQ is down 1.02%. Dow Jones is 0.03 up. S&P 500 is down 0.33. Decliners, 4,327 decliners to 2,681 advancers. The Robinhood is down 2.44%. Amazon is down 2.6%. We got to look at it. We got to look at it. Let's look at the day. You know, since I've been tracking Amazon, $3,500 was where I first started tracking when Jeff Bezos stepped down from his position with the company, and it's never it has recovered beyond 3,500 like once or twice. Actually, this is it right here. It's as high as it ever went. I think the big step down would have been probably like, I don't know, one of these two down spikes in here was probably when I first started tracking it. Probably this one right here. This is probably when he announced that he was stepping down. It might have been this spot or this spot right here. It did recover at one point some of that money, and then ever since it's been pretty much downwards movement. In fact, you could almost make this statement right here. I think that's a pretty bearish looking move right there. Just my opinion. But yeah, I mean, they're suffering right now. Cinemark is basically breaking even. They're up 0.05%. Doge is down 1.7%. GME is down negative 6.1%. We are down negative 7.1% today. Our inflow versus outflow currently at 229 to 171. I'm gonna have to break out a calculator for this. That's like 60, 30. Yeah, that's 60 point. I actually said it without even realizing it. It's 60 points exactly. A 60-point spread between outflow and inflow. That's massive. That is a massive difference between outflow and inflow. If I had to guess, because you have to remember that it takes 2 days for buy orders to settle. So the high buying that's going on right now of AMC is probably going to show up on Tuesday next week. The high level of purchases. I think. We'll see. 29.81 million shares trade for the day, and we're not even halfway done with the day yet. Let's see, 29.82 divided by, let's see. We're on a pace for 72 million shares traded for the day today. That's actually dropped quite a bit from where we were predicting earlier. I mean, we started off the day with a huge run. Let me make sure my math is good on that. I think it's pretty close. Yeah, 72.3 is what I'm getting a more accurate, probably more accurate number. 72.3 million share pace for the day today. Yeah, it's definitely decreased from where it was. Pulling back up the suck, squeeze, bang below page, blinding you guys in 3, 2, 1. These were kind of the minimum numbers that I felt like we would need to see for us to count today as the first day of below. We would need to see a price increase up to about 41.75 and at least 70 million shares traded for the day today. So if today falls underneath that, which it's kind of starting to look like it is, we won't be able, this will be another orange day here, another day of the bang. So I will have called the blow a little early. But it's coming. I can feel it coming though. It's really it's close. It's very, very close. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here. I really don't expect us to close much lower than 37 bucks. It would be surprising to me if that's the case. Because that would kind of deviate from the idea that that we're relatively close in price to where we entered into the bang phase. Taking a look at the 1 hour interval. Equal amounts buying and selling pressure with RSI really low at 23.72. I think there's probably a turnaround in the future, at least according to the 1 hour. On a 30-minute interval, just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 32.81. So again, another indicator that's looking like we're gonna have a turnaround. And then looking at the 5-minute, maybe just slightly more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI at 41.61. So there might be just a fraction of a hair lower price movement. I think I created this on a 5-minute interval. And we're hugging the line. I could probably move this down and it would still be accurate. Like that. You see how it's all touching the line still? It was just a poor drawing earlier. This is probably pretty accurate here. It was just a poor drawing on my part. If we see it squeeze down into this box right here, I mean, it could certainly break out of this, but it's not going to move too far. In here. I wouldn't expect to see it move too far. This thing is so ready to pop. Do I have any pimple poppers out there? How many of y'all are pimple poppers? You guys like watching that Dr. Pimple Popper? I forget what her name is. Dr. Pimple Popper. What's her this thing looks like one of those pimples she's got. She's about ready to pop. This is really ready to explode here. Paul, good morning. I just wanted the lines to touch more accurately. All I did was just draw it more correctly, more precisely. This is so barcoding. It's middle of the day barcoding. This is incredible. This is really incredible. I'm with you, doctor. I'm with you. I just fast forward through the story. I don't even care about the story. It's like, just get to the good stuff. We're sick people, aren't we? I'm so glad that, the pain of nobody saying anything after I said that, for waiting for you guys to respond for like 10 to 25 seconds, was harsh for me. It was harsh. I know I can't be the only one. I mean, she's popular. She's really, really popular. And so I know I can't be the only one. We are some sick MFs. Man, this barcoding is crazy. This is middle of the day barcoding. I can't even, it won't even let me zoom in on this. Look at that. It's like my chart's spazzing out. It's like, no, I don't want to open that any further. I don't know. Honestly, that's a good question. AP, I really don't know. Um, I know barcoding is like a it's like a algorithmic fight between computers, to where, like, the way I envision in my head is you have two different algorithms that are fighting each other, and they get to a stalemate point, and they just kind of like do this little dance, kind of. It's a little jig, right? Like, I just imagine like two algorithms just going. It's like it's doing like the cucaracha or something, like it's just like vibrating. It's like just really, it's fighting with really, really small amounts, and then at some point, like, you get, yeah, like friction. It's just going. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like Mr. Miyagi rubbing his hands together, just before he goes and sets Danielson's leg. It's what it's like barcoding. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to break outside the descending wedge, but I'm telling you guys, if it breaks outside right here and moves down, it's not going to move down very, very far. I guess it's the other way around. He claps, and then he goes, and he starts rubbing his hands together. That's kind of like, I guess that would be a good description of the bang phase, right? Clapping, and then friction, fizzling out. Man, this is nutty. Very, very nutty. It just doesn't have very much momentum. Like, the signal is bearish, right? But the problem is that it's already fizzled itself out. It's already moved down as much as it wants to move down. This is going to be like, I'm guessing this is going to be like the world's smallest breakout of a massive ascending parallel channel. I don't know about 32. I think they're going to try and hit SSR, though. I do think they'll try to hit SSR before they let this blow, because it protects them on the way up. SSR today triggers at 35.32. So these are some hard set points that I had set up before. Let's move them. I'm going to put this one right here. And well, actually, what I want the first thing is SPF. Let's do SPF first. SPF is at 35.78, I think. Yeah, 35.78. So this is I would consider this a synthetic price failure. Once it hits this 35.78, and that's typically normally plus or minus like 1.5% or so, and that's when hedge funds give up. That they're done. They're done at that point. You know, if the paper hands aren't coming, they let go. So if they're not getting any more paper hands, when they bleed this down to 35.78, they'll let it pop. The other hard set point, this would be like the hard set point, and it's going to be 35.32. And what this is this is SSR. If they hit this number right here at 35, if they hit the 35.32, SSR gets triggered. They can let it blow, and then there will be a lot more restrictions on trading as it goes up. It'll protect them. It'll protect them as the price moves up. And that's what they want to see. You know, they don't want this to get out of control. And it gives them the ability to create liquidity because the law allows it. The law and the regulations that are set up allow for them to create synthetic naked shorts legally when SSR triggers. So for them to hit 35.32 and then just kind of let go. Now, if it does dip below 35.32, it won't be very much. 35 tops, just because you have a few extra people who are selling off some shares, and the price just kind of naturally drops just a little bit more on its own, just from people selling off, and then you get the move upwards. But these are the two hard set points that I would put up here. SPF starts at 35.78 and probably ends at a lower number. So the number that you're suggesting, who was it? Let me look. I'm going to go back here and see what you're suggesting. JP is suggesting 32. If we hit 32, just saying, if we were to hit 32, that would be a sign of massive paper hands, in my opinion. So we would have to see massive paper hands happening in order for us to get down to 32 bucks. And I don't expect that to happen. I just don't. I'm not seeing it. There would be signs of this dropping much, much quicker. You wouldn't have this barcoding right now if people were paper handing away shares. You just wouldn't. And remember what I was saying about when Amanda was, I don't know if you guys were listening or not earlier, and I was telling Amanda she's being too smart. She needs to dumb it down a little. People are really cyclical, right? Like they have hard set points and they use things like 35, 40, 45, 50. They don't do strange numbers like 31.5 or 32 and 75 cents or some crap like that. People are dumb. People are really strange and very predictable, and they use round numbers. So like 35 bucks, that'll be like a hard set point. It won't really want to drop below that because people will not want to sell below 35. The next point below that would be like 30. So when was the last time we had a swing like this intraday, went all the way down, then boom back up? Good question. So let me go back and take a look at. So I like keeping Yahoo Finance open because they have a historical page on there, and I'll just post this in here for you guys so you don't have to go looking it up on yourself. You can just click it. This is what I like to look at, in reference to things like what you're asking for. And what I would do is I would look at the high and low. What you can do is you can actually hit the download button, which is on the right-hand side, right above the volume column. You can hit download on that, and then you can throw that into it puts it into an Excel file for you. And what you can do is you can run like a really quick comparison. You can create like a new column, and then just put in something that shows you like the spread between the high and the low. What do you call that? The range. You can look at the range. You can just set up a range value and another column for the range, and just check that out. But which I guess I'll just do that. I'll do that real quickly for you. I don't mind. It's not that hard to do. Range. So the crazy thing about this though is that you have to kind of do a little bit of sorting because it does do like a year's worth of data. So it really helps to go to the top of it. Like first off, highlight everything and expand everything and center it all because it makes it look prettier. Then go into your data box, go in there and go to filter. And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to just under the date column, you're going to want to take out. Actually, I'll show you as I'm doing it. Sometimes I can work under with you guys watching me, and sometimes I can't. So I apologize if I apologize for that. Like today, I feel like I can. Sometimes I just can't. And you know. Anyways, I've already done everything that I said I was going to do, except for I'm going to take out 2020 because we don't really care about that. We just want to see this year's results. So we're going to take out 2020. Then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a I think I'm going to probably the best way to do it is just do like equals high minus low would probably be the best way to do it. And then I can just drag that down. All right. And then what I can do is I can re-highlight everything. I probably did this. There's probably a much easier way to do this. And then where did all my data? Oh, there we go. And now what I can do is I can drop this down and I can see what the highs are. I can sort by largest to smallest. And then 6.2 was your largest range. So I can just kind of pull up the dates here. These are the dates if you wanted to see the dates. And if you wanted to see like something that's closest to where we're at right now, 824. 824 was a big day. 930, which we just had not too long ago. That was a really big day for us. Nine 920, like a month ago. 9-1, 914. Some of the really big ones, like probably the most recent big one though would be 824, where the high for that day was 48.20 and the low was 36.34. The closing price for that day was 44.25. So if we went back to 824, we could just take a look at it. Let's go to the hour. So this day right here. $8.24. I'd have to zoom in on like a minute to see, how far down this actually went here to get like a better idea. Let's do that. This is fun for me. I like this. I like looking at stuff like this. Let's go back to this, but I'm going to use TradingView because it might be a little bit easier. Yeah, did you see how far this broke outside of this? That's just ridiculous. That was like I said, it's like it'll be the smallest drop out of an ascending parallel channel you've ever seen. Wait, I gotta pull up my image. Huh? Wait, I gotta put this. Compensating much? I don't know. Maybe. Could be. I'm such a goofball. Let's see. Where am I going with this again? I forgot what I was doing. Oh yeah, TradingView. TradingView to. I'm having fun. TradingView to 824. We're gonna look at that date. August 24th. I'm on the 15-minute here, so let's see if I can reduce that. We'll go to. Let's just look what it looks like on the minute. We'll see if we can do that. I don't know if it's going to let me go back that far. Because I don't have a subscription. If I can see it. Yeah, it's not. Let's see how far back I can go. I'll try 5 minutes. Yeah, it looks like I can do that one. All right. I don't know what you guys are saying, but I can only imagine you're laughing maybe a little bit. I have no idea. But let's copy this. Let's copy 824 and see how similarly that looks to what it is that we got going on here today. Shall we? 824. Do you guys remember 824? I don't know if I remember 824 very well. It's not a day that really sticks out in my mind. Let's copy this over. Let's just kind of see what it looks like. I mean, just for shits and giggles, right? So we're going to copy 824. Then we're going to drag this out, and we're going to take a look and see how it just kind of fits in with what we're doing today. Just for shits and giggles. Moving in, I'm going to keep the time scale the same. Control. Keep the time scale the same so that nothing really changes there. Kind of widen this out a little bit. And just kind of, I don't know, put it at the same start. So a little bit different. A little bit different pattern. Not really the same. Trying to see if I can stretch it in such a fashion that it would maybe make some kind of sense. But I'm not really seeing anything that really just kind of jumps out at me. I might be able to compress it and make this portion. No. I don't know. I don't think I can really make this fit up, but let me see if I can drag this back out to. This is what the day looked like without any change. So if you start the day out exactly the same, it looks like this. It's almost like an inverse. It almost looks like almost looks like a sine wave, doesn't it? It's the inverse sine wave to that day. But yeah, that's what the day looked like. The big price increase probably starting right around like 1250-ish. Not saying that's what's going to happen, just throwing it out there. Chico, welcome back, Chico. We've been wondering where you went. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see your name until just now. Chico, welcome back, man. We were searching for you. I went searching for you on YouTube. We were looking for you, man. We missed you. I'm just saying, we recognize the fact that you hadn't been around for a while, and we missed you. And I tried to reach. I even reached out to some guy that had the name Chico Hernandez on YouTube that plays bongos. Oh, did you tell me I didn't see? Oh, you did say I was going to get excited. I don't know why I just now realized that you were talking, but we got excited. I reached out to some dude who plays bongos. If you go look up your name on YouTube, you'll find a guy that plays bongos. Pretty decent at what he does, actually. But I was like, "Hey, do you know me?" And he's like, "Should I?" I was like, "Well, do you recognize my YouTube symbol?" And then he never responded back. So I was like, "Yeah, that's not him." So, but yeah, welcome back, Chico. It's good to have you back. Family. We recognize that you were gone. I told my mom. My mom was like, "What happened to Chico?" And I said, "I have no idea. I tried looking for him." And I don't know why it took me so long. I guess I really didn't read back up through the comments. But I'm glad you're back. Well, I mean, I've always told you guys you can go away and but just if you hate me or something like that one day and you just to say, you know, just be like, I'm never coming back again. So at least I can cross you off my list. Good. I'm glad you're taking care of business. Family first, business first. You know, you got to take care of you first. I'll always be here. I will always be here. You guys take care of you first. It's always most important. Mom, I banned them. Actually, there was somebody on the ban list, and I think they're still on the ban list. And I'm trying to figure out how to take them off, and I have no idea. I have no idea. It's there. There. I saw a name that was on the ban list, and I'm trying to figure out how to remove it. And I'd have no. I think I would have to go back to the day that my mom that they made a comment, and I would have to find that comment on the day that they were banned and find their name and unban them. I think there is a person who's been banned from my channel, and it was an accident. I don't remember the name either. And they probably don't want. They're probably wondering why they're banned. It sucks. He just got banned and has no clue. What the hell did I do? No, I'm not banning Bad back. He's gonna have to do worse. Okay, here comes attempt number 2 at breaking out of that medicine. I mean, this is technically a breakout right here. He's not banned. Oh, I can put you guys in timeouts. Oh, I can treat you guys like kids. That would be pretty harsh. One of these days, I'm just gonna throw somebody into a random timeout and then wait to see what they say when they come back. Just for like no reason whatsoever. Just a random timeout. I wonder what it looks like when you get put into a timeout. Wow. Here's the first peek at Jeff Bezos' $500 million super yacht. Look at that. Can you guys see that? Oops. I hate it when that happens. I'll put it over here. But why? I don't know. I should just play that music in my videos. Yeah, that's enough of that. I just don't understand why. I mean, what's the... I don't know. I guess when you're the second richest man in the world. What? Oh, JP wants a timeout because he got all the money in the world. Yep, that's probably why. Yeah. I guess when you have that much money, that's really kind of what it comes down to. It's just because you can. Um, hmm. All right, let's see what's going on with news, guys. First off, I guess I'll just type in this. Okay, I don't see anything like crazy just happening in the news. So now I'm looking up AMC. Nothing real crazy there. Nothing crazy peppy there. Evergrande, I guess, is another one. You know, I hear Evergrande or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure what to call it anymore. I just want to start calling it Everclear. Honestly, good group, Everclear. Wait, I think it's Everclear. Okay, I'm gonna read this one just because I'm kind of curious what this has to say. Yeah, this is I'm gonna avoid this. I'm gonna avoid this. That's an article about shiny things on the side of the road everywhere. Let's see. What else am I looking up? Let's look up news on oh, there was I wanted to show you guys something. Probably the best place to find it is here. And one of the things that everybody had kind of been talking about was that I forgot to mention this to you guys. I think was yesterday. Was it that there's a new leader in the pack when it comes to shorts of the stock. I don't remember the order. I'd have to go back and look, but actually Citadel's moved down to 4th. I think they were in 3rd. But anyways, I'll pull it over here for you guys to see. Simplex Trading is now currently the highest with 14.2. Susquehanna, I think, I'm not positive, but they may have been. I feel like Susquehanna might have been first before, but Simplex Trading is currently first. Susquehanna is second. Jane Street Group is now just barely eking out past Citadel Advisors. So there's a big close running, I guess, between maybe 3 or 4 companies, right? Oops. 3 or 4 companies right here. You got Jane Street Group with 8.5, Citadel with 8.4, 683 Capital Management with 7.5, and IMC Chicago with 6.1. Some of the smaller players are kind of down here, down on the list. There is quite a few in here. There's even Goldman Sachs even has a put against AMC for 320,000. Anyways, there's there's a lot of players out there, but I think Simplex Trading took first, and that was not. I think it was different. I wish I. I don't know. Tell me if you guys think I should take a screenshot of this and see if see if changes happen over time. Let me know if you think that's something I should do. If you do, then I'll take a screenshot of it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna leave it alone. What is gonna happen right here? Where is this going? I feel like we're like on the verge of like a breakout. I'm getting rid of this ascending parallel channel here. I'm going to see if we can draw something else up here. I know this is gonna. I know what this is gonna produce. This is basically gonna just be me drawing another extension of the wedge, which tells me already right now that there's a bigger pattern in play. Descending parallel wedge, maybe, or descending parallel channel, rather. No. Possibly. It's possible. I do have 2 touch points right here. Close to 2 touch points. I got. Oh no, I only have 1 touch point on the top. Oh no, I have 2. There's my second one. I placed it on it. So I got 2 touch points at the top, and I got 2 touch points on the bottom. But this is real sketchy. I mean, this is dirty. This is super dirty looking. I don't like this. This is very. It's very dirty. It makes me feel cheap. This is cheap technical analysis right here. I'm gonna delete this because I know that's not gonna hold for very long. So if this is true, if this is the pattern that we're in here, if we're in this descending parallel channel, it would be bullish. So we'd be looking for a breakout of this. We don't have any major signs that we're having like upwards movement. It's just kind of fizzling out here. one of the things that I would say is that if we're going sideways with it's basically consolidation. Consolidation helps you to have be able to have more movement going in a certain direction that you may have already been going. So if it's already overcooked on the 1 hour, which it definitely is, consolidation will help to allow the RSI to rise, to have some more movement down. On a 30-minute interval, RSI, it's already above that 30 mark, so it has more room to move down. So we could just be seeing some consolidation inside this descending parallel channel to where it can move down some more. On a 5-minute interval, the RSI is, almost at average. It's climbing steadily. Well, not steadily. It is climbing. So this might just be this consolidation that's happening right now. This might be this might be hedge funds trying to get this thing down to these levels. This blue line is SPF and this purple line is SSR. So that could be what this consolidation is all about right here. Hold it where it's at, and see if we can continue to drive this down some more. How much did they send to the dark pools? Actually, it's been kind of low today, surprisingly. I got technical analysis in about 6 minutes, but it's showing at about 56.28 right now, which is maybe 60 or 61%. Which is, I mean, it's still high, but it's not. I think we normally average around like 64. So 61's kind of low. Not terribly low. But the other factor that is really odd. You want to talk about something strange, Joe? Is that so far today I've only witnessed them borrow 1.75 million shares. So if they're only borrowing 1.75 million shares, yeah, that's still the case. If they've only borrowed 1.75 million shares and we're having this much volume, where's the volume coming from? And Fidelity's showing that people are buying. Hi, Sandy. I'm glad you're still here. I don't know where that comment came from. I'm wondering if she's watching the stream from earlier. I feel like it's funny whenever somebody like says something that's like way out of line with whatever it is that we're currently talking about. It makes me think that maybe they're watching the feed from previous. So it makes me laugh a little because I go like, "Hey, that was way out of place." We got about 3 minutes before we do a little technical analysis. So everybody's doing a check-in. Salty Dog's here. Salty Dog, you got to tell me who you are in the group. I really want to know who you are in that band. Because I mean, each person had such character. See, Chico. My mom is. I told you, I'm not lying to you. I talked to her about you. She was like, where did that other guy go? I said, oh, Chico? She goes, yeah, Chico, where did he go? I said, I don't know. I don't know where he went. I'm trying to find him. Salty Dog is probably never gonna. Salty Dog's probably never gonna tell me who he was from the band. Oh no, that's too bad. They were pretty good though, weren't they? They were pretty good. You know who it is I'm talking about? I thought they were pretty decent. I thought that was. I thought it was fun. It was fun hearing the harmonica, and it was cool. It made me laugh a little. Everybody in the band had a little character. Well, there you have it. You know now that I tried to look you up. Just like I tried to look up Chico. I tried to look up Chico and found some bongo player. Found a bongo player, and now he's got some kind of tinfoil hat he's wearing. He probably thinks somebody's out to get him. Some people who watch the stock market. Yeah, man, I want to I want to support the people who are watching just as much as they support me. Look him up, Chico. You'll see. I put a comment in under his thing. I'm like, hey, do you recognize my name? Or I said something like, do you recognize me? Or I don't remember. I said, or do I? No, I think I said, do I know you? He's like, I don't know. Should I? It was funny. Go look for his bongos. You'll see one of the videos. I put a comment in there. So just so you all know, Chico does not play the bongos. Apparently. And Chico, my mom's probably going to stop in El Paso someday, so she'll be heading through your area. Maybe you guys can like hang out or something on our way through. I don't know. He probably does think I'm a stalker. Hey, Nikki. How's it going? Man. Okay, so what I was saying earlier this morning about I've never seen them pull a volume what was the term I used? A volume trap on us before. But I mean that's certainly what it's looking like right now. Because of the massive amount of volume that's gone down by. So I mean to have the extraordinary amounts of volume that we had this morning compared to what's happening right now. These are still elevated numbers, but I mean, we had some extraordinary volume this morning. Extraordinary. Boy, they're trying to eke it down to the synthetic price failure at 35.78 as bad as they can. I almost want to like bet a left nut that they're gonna hit 35.78, let it go, and let it rip. They'll do like one super hard push and get it down there. They're gonna get it down as hard as they can, and they're gonna let it go. They're gonna let it go to like 35.78. We might hit maybe 35.60 and bounce off of it and just rip, or they won't have enough momentum. because my guess is that before they do this, they'll have to borrow some shares. So I would watch real heavily because they only borrowed 1.7 million shares today so far. I would watch that Stonko tracker with an eagle eye, and as soon as we see those shares get borrowed, we'll probably watch the price dip one last time before starting to rip up. Now, if that borrow never comes through and they let go, you'll see it. This thing will just start ripping upwards. So one of those two things is going to happen. I mean, they would have to have like some huge reserve of shares that they're holding on to without borrowing to drive this thing down hard and fast, which would be kind of scary. But I don't think that they just tend to hold on to reserves like that. Let me check, Nikki. And we all hope you're doing well today as well. Let's do a little analysis. I'll throw in. Actually, let's just do it first. We'll check out the. Let's look at the current short share interest of the free float and see what it's looking like here. Yes, several times. Once, twice, 3 times. At least 3 times it's been this low or lower. And it has immediately swung back up within, here it was July 12th to August 9th, so less than a month. Here it was June 8th to June 22nd, so like half a month. Not even half a month. 12 days. So here we're at October 8th. So if I were to look at the peak to peak, right? Here it's June 3rd to, I'm not going to go straight up to the peak. I'm going to go up to the point to where it's straight across, but June 24th. Here it's July 9th to August 12th. That's just a little over a month. This one was like 20 days. This one is, oh, just those two. Those are the only two I can count. So this one, we're currently at October 6th. So if you were to say that it was going to be like somewhere between 20 and 30 days, then you'd be saying 25 days on top of October 6th. And October 6th, one, 2, 3 weeks is 21. So the 3rd of November. And I think quite honestly, that would track in line very well with having a nice up week next week and seeing some of our highest movements starting that first week of October. But I think that the movement that we're going to see next week is going to be enough to excite people to want to come in and start buying. I mean, like FOMO kind of movement. All right, let me take you guys to the other page and we'll update everything here. Bondaro seems to be not on as much today. I feel like his presence is absent. All right, dark pools currently at 56.37% traded in the dark pools as of right now. Like I said, 61% around there for Stonko Tracker. 875,000 shares having been returned. That is changed from, it was 839.5 an hour ago. That's going to decrease our estimated current short share interest of the free float down ever so slightly to 16.55%. And Nikki, don't be afraid of that number, please. $37 is our highest level volume for strike price. It is which is what it was an hour ago. It went from 21.5 to 27.7. I feel like 37 is actually a really good number. I think the people who bought at 37 are, well, most of them bought today, so they should be okay. I think. I don't know. I guess it depends on implied volatility and stuff, but I don't know. Whatever. I'm not really good on options. On the put side, let's see. Highest level of volume. Ooh, it's a real close between 35 and 36. But 36 is the winner right now, which is $1 up from what it was. And it's 18.7, so it's gone from 16.7 at 35 to 18.7 at 36. Taking a look at Fidelity, and this is what I want you guys to recognize. Oops. What I want you guys to recognize is that AMC has got a massive amount of, when's the last time we've seen 60? It's been a week or so, at least, since we've seen, buy ranges that are higher than 60%, and we have 64 to 36% and sitting in 7th position of highest traded stocks on Fidelity. GME making the list again for the first time in I don't know how long, making it look like, ooh, that's getting rough. And they've got a buy to sell ratio of 81% buys and 19% sales. I use that thing worse than never mind. So yeah, things with batteries. So moving on, what we're looking at here is we have no new shares being lent out. Yeah, no new shares being lent out. But look at the fee, guys. Do you see the fee here? 0.7 up to 1.3. Who's talking about that? I wonder if anybody's talking about that. It's really going to start, why? Why did this happen? I'll show you. It's because of utilization. As utilization goes up, or the amount of shares that are available to borrow, which is 15.53, the fewer amount of shares that there are to borrow. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I was going to tell you guys this. The fewer amount of shares that there is to borrow, the higher the fee is for borrowing is. It means it's harder to borrow shares. What I wanted to tell you guys was that the last time that I saw it hit around 15 million or 14 million, we started seeing, it was somewhere between 14 and 15 million, we started seeing massive amounts of buying of shares, like days where we had like 7 and 9 million shares being borrowed in a day. And there, I remember there might have been a day where we had like, it was 9 one day and then 7 the next and then 3 after that. And so, they had a total of like almost 20 million shares borrowed over like a 3-day span. It was just massive. And so, this number is kind of significant to me because for a while now we've been in like the 19 to 20 million range in shares available to borrow, but that's decreased. It's decreased quite a bit. So this is a good thing to see the fees going up on the borrow rates. We have 3,900 contracts in the money on the calls to 68.9 thousand out of the money puts. The NASDAQ is down 0.84%. The Dow Jones is up 0.19. The S&P 500 is down 1.16. The market is declining with 4,000 decliners to 3,024 advancers. Robinhood is down negative 2.61%. Amazon is down negative 2.28%. Cinemark is up 1.59%. Doge is down 1.24%. GME is down 5.75%, and we are down 7.5%. Our inflow to outflow is 194 to 251, giving us a 57-point spread between the two. Wait, Yeah, 57-point spread between the two. That's pretty massive for a 57-point spread between the two. I would expect to see us way lower than 7% down. Usually 30 is like 10. We're usually down 10% if it's a 30-point spread, and we've got a 57-point spread. So I think that speaks pretty loudly. I think it speaks really, really loudly. On a 1 hour, oh, how many shares do we have? What are we averaging? 72 million shares is what we were averaging an hour ago for the end of the day. I'm pretty sure we've broken down below that now. Let's see. Is that right? I'm getting 58.5 now. Okay. All right. Well, if this holds like this will be the first time ever since I've been tracking this I have ever seen them pull a volume trap. I've never seen this. I can't say that I've ever seen a volume trap like this. This is new. Because we started out the day with a 222. I think JP ran the number for us. It was like a 222 million pace this morning. My prediction for the day today was 100 to 130 million, which I felt was being conservative. And really, what it looks like is we have a volume trap here, and I've never seen that before. Now, I'm not saying this is a trap to try and suck us in. What I'm saying is that I've never seen them be able to reduce volume so rapidly over a day. And I'm not quite sure how that happens. I would expect to see this to blow up at some point today. I don't know when, but I would expect to see volume blow up and that number somehow manage to pick back up again. I just don't know. You know, it's just very strange. It's very, very, very strange. I don't know how they're suppressing volume. My guess is that they're keeping trades off the market somehow because it's not showing up in the dark pools. Somehow they're managing to keep the trades off the market. Something really shady's happening right here. Right here's some really shady stuff going on. Barcoding in the middle of the day like this. What did we see? I felt like we saw it earlier in the day too. Maybe that was the spot. And that barcoding was kind of crazy. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I would expect to see a volume spike later on in the day today. I don't know how they can attack the volume down like that, and I feel like it'll be a 1-2 punch kind of thing where it just, as I say, it massively starts spiking up. Volume will just increase through the. Damn it, Casey! Say stuff like this earlier. On a 1 hour time scale, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with 26 RSI being at 25.22. So yeah, signaling towards buying. 30-minute interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure here, but the RSI is 35.86, which is definitely below average. On a 5-minute interval, you've got it crossing over right now with RSI starting to peak up to 51.09. And a 1 minute, you see what's happening. Volume's going to start spiking. I mean, it's just I've never heard of a volume trap before. I mean, that's why I play so heavily into volume as volume being so important, is because it's difficult to hide volume. You can't just hide it. It just doesn't. I mean, apparently you can, but maybe you can only hide it for so long before you have to force it onto the market. I don't know. I don't know the intricacies. I don't have a past history of working in the market to know how what kind of tools that they have at their expense to manipulate. But I mean, that's really what this looks like. It looks like a hiding of volume. Let me go back and read what you guys wrote here. Utilization in May. I can go back here in a second, Chico. Hold on a second. Let me just finish reading everything here. If you want to see me play, check out Steve Sky Pilot Scott Evacuation Blues music video on YouTube. A music video about a song I wrote for Hurricane Irma. There's also a live version on YouTube. I did it Revolution Live in Fort Lauderdale a couple of years ago. I'll check that out. I got a break coming up here in about an hour. There's also a live version on YouTube. Okay, you said that already. I said that already. Someone said $250,000 worth of 145 came in a couple days ago, most of for January expiration. Chico saying he bought one more share, trying to trigger the MOASS. That's awesome. Let's check that out. Chico, utilization in May. Let's pull it up. I assume you probably want to see an overlap of utilization along with the short share interest, so I will show you that. I love this. I appreciate when you guys ask me to see data. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being really for reals. For reals. Can I change the color of these? That is like way too close to the same color. I don't think I can. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Let's see if we can. Let's get rid of the price in here. That might help. So we know this is June. First of all, utilization is the top number. It's the larger of the two numbers. So utilization and short share interest dipped here together. Utilization popped back up before short share interest did. Then utilization came down and stayed down while short interest stayed up. Utilization went up, and then all of a sudden, short share or estimated short share interest came down. Utilization both came down. I should put price back in here. It's going to be hard to see, but and you can see as both utilization and short share interest came down, price started going back up, and as price started going back up, they both started rising. You have utilization on the top right here, this top portion. Let me take a picture, guys. It's so difficult to see with all. Come on. Okay, so now I can even draw on this. Okay, so I'm gonna circle the price increases, right? You got a price increase here, you got a price increase here, price increase here. You have a slight price increase here, another slight one here, a bigger one here, one here, one here, and here. So you can see the, let's see, so utilization is this number right here. This one kind of, so utilization's going down. Utilization has been going down ever since like the late end of August, maybe the beginning of September. It's just been steadily on a steady decline, which in all honesty, that just means that they had more shares available to borrow during that period of time, and I would suspect that from this price decrease right here down, we had paper hands, and I told you guys that. I told you between 40 and 45 bucks we've had paper hands. This entire swing of price right here we've had paper hands, and that's why we've seen utilization low. So but it's starting to rise. I would hope that it would continue to rise up here. I don't know if that helps you at all. Just kind of looking at it. Yeah, no problem, Chico. Anything I can do to help you out, man? Not anything. Of course, I'm not going to sit here and talk about some of these other stupid plays. In my opinion. Somebody asked me when was the last time that we had a very volatile day, and I said the 24th of August, I think, was the one that I pulled up and copied from. I'm not positive. I probably should have labeled it so I would have known. But I'm going to go ahead and pull it back over here real quick so you guys can see how we're comparing to that, because I did put it up here. This is the copy paste. I think it was from August 24th. Let me go back to my Excel sheet here. Yeah, it was August 24th. So I just kind of copy and pasted it over to see what it looked like, so you could see what the volatility looked like for that day, because we were kind of like, I think the idea is is it possible that we could see volatility like that day happening today? I never did look. Did I ever look to see what the volume was for that day? I don't think I did. August 24th had volume in the range of 228 million. Whoa. Which is, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of volume. I don't think we're going to see anything like that happen. Although it would be interesting to go back and do like a comparison, screenshot of volume right here. Let's do that. I wonder if I can do that for volume. Is that possible? This would be an AP question. I don't think it's possible. Yeah, it's not. Well, let me screenshot it. That's probably the best I can do. And then let's drag back to the August 24th, which is right here. And just kind of compare, right? Obviously, the scale is going to be a little bit different because once you get big, columns of columns of volume like this, it's going to make everything else look stupid. So it would be really difficult without having this volume back here to make it look like the same or see, how it would look in contrast. But for example, if we came over here and we looked at the volume for this amount, does it say volume somewhere? Where does it say volume at? There it is. 120, 152. That can't be right. It says volume 152,000. That's not right. There's no way. Unless I got my numbers mixed up and that was only 200 or 22 million shares traded that day. No, it's 228 million. How in the world is that possible? Something's not right. Oh no. Something's not right. Because I refuse to believe that this is a 228 million day trading day in volume, and it's telling me that these columns of volume are only 152,000. That's not right. There's no way that's right. Unless that's 152 million 887. That's not right either. There's no way. I don't get this. All right, some of y'all figure this out. Help me out here. Figure out what the heck I'm looking at wrong. Because something ain't right here. I want to know what the volume is for this half of the day. If I can figure out what the beginning half of the day was in volume, we can kind of make some sense of this and see if that's a scenario that could play out for us. You're looking at the 10 sec chart. 10 sec. What's 10 sec? It was 152,000 for 10 seconds? How am I looking at 10 seconds? It says 5 minutes on here. But it's not though. Like how am I looking? It says 5 minutes right here. Screw it. Let's not use this. Let's go check it out on Webull. I'm gonna have some scrolling here to do, guys, but I want to see the answer to this. Webull really hates you when you do this. It does not want to cooperate. You don't understand how bad it was when I went back and I started checking out. Look at it flipping out. I'm not even doing anything. If you don't go like super slow, it trips out and then like forces you to move back to where you were originally. It's so painful. I would scan out. The problem is if I scan out, I'm not going to be able to see the volume the way that it's flipping out on me again. Stop, stop. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Bastard. All right, I got to go to 30 minutes. I don't want that. Okay. Volume for the first half hour of the day that day was 14 million. Let's add this all up. I want to add this all up. I want to see how many shares were traded. 14, 8, 14.2, 8.7, 6.96, 4.8, 4.2. And then it starts spiking after that, right around like 13:30, which is what time it is right now. So according to the calculations that I have here, volume was at 44.8 million before the spike up. So this total amount right here was 44.8 million. We're currently at 34.7. So we definitely could have a run up at the end of the day and end up with 200 and something odd million shares by the end of the day today, which is why I tell you guys over and over and over to watch pre-market volume is so important. It is so critically important. I'm not saying this is going to happen, but you know, I feel like they've stuffed away volume somewhere. They stuffed it away. Where did they stuff the volume? How do you? I really want to look. I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look up if it's possible. I want to see if that's something that's in there, something they can do. I did see that crazy. I didn't see the whole thing, but I did see that. What did did Gasparino take the bet? Just out of curiosity. I hadn't heard if he had taken the bet or not. Let's. A descending triangle or a descending wedge? Because I saw the wedge too. Yeah, there's a bit of a descending wedge. I think you mean descending wedge. A triangle has to have a flat side. Because if I kind of wanted to draw this out a little bit earlier, if this is what you're talking about, and I think you're kind of talking about something kind of like along this line right here. This is a what would be considered a bearish. Wait, there it is. A bearish. Come on. A bearish triangle here. The problem is that, you know, this right here doesn't support that. You know, so you're using like kind of like this period of time right here, and it's not flat. It's not flat at all. Like, so you really have more of something along the lines of like this. So this would be a falling wedge, and you have falling volume, which is a breakout going up. So I did almost want to draw the same thing earlier and saying like, oh, it kind of looks like we have like a bearish triangle formation. So there's a difference between a triangle and a wedge. So this is a wedge pattern, and this is actually good because we have falling volume, falling price. This would be a breakout going up. Whereas if you were to draw something that looks more along the lines of this right here, let me try to make it flat. Yeah, that's pretty close to flat. The problem is that now you have prices that are outside. So if I were to move the whole bar down, and you've got prices that are falling outside of it, and prices that don't touch. There's a lot of kind of like, maybe, maybe not so much. It's possible. I mean, you'd have touching points here. You got touching point here. You got 3 touching points on the bottom, but you already have a really close to a breakout right here. So I mean, there's an argument that could be made that this could be. I still kind of tend to think that like you kind of have to include some of this over here though. I don't know. It's possible. It's very possible. I don't know. I'd be more inclined to say that this is more of a wedge pattern though. Something more along the lines of something like this. Not because I want to see it that way, but it just kind of it looks cleaner. I think you have it looks more, the technical analysis on this would probably be a little bit more clean for something along the lines of this. But ultimately though, either way, it doesn't matter on either one of those, because if you notice, I've got the descending parallel channel, which is actually a really dirty channel. Super, super dirty. But I have this descending parallel channel that's set up in here right now, and we're falling into this, and so that's why I haven't drawn any like more localized patterns, because I've already had an instance where we've had like once or twice where we've broken out of wedges, and whenever that happens, then you know that there's an overlaying bigger picture issue going on, and so that's where that whole phrase of when in doubt, like I like to say, pull out. And so you come out and you look at it and you go like, oh yeah, 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 I see a little bit more of a pattern on a larger scale forming here. A little bit of an extension of that head and shoulders kind of pattern, although I didn't really like the fact that this was the trailing shoulder was higher than the leading shoulder. I'm never sure which one's which, but um, so like, but it's also a descending parallel channel as well. Dirty, dirty channel. So either one, even if this is a descending wedge or it's a bearish triangle, either one of those would ultimately end up having the price staying inside this channel. Because I wouldn't see a breakout going too far, and so then what I would end up doing is I would just be redrawing everything and constantly drawing new patterns all day long and saying like, okay, now it's going to do this, now it's going to do that, and it's just like I'd rather zoom out and get like the bigger picture and be like, okay, this is what we're going for. This is what we want to see on a bigger pattern. It plays out over a 2-day period of time. When we have a breakout, this is a descending parallel channel. This is a bullish move. When it breaks out, it's going to break out hard, and it's going to, because it's over a 2-day period of time, it should break out strong. So, just, I don't know. What was I saying? I feel like there was something I was saying before this. What were we looking at? We were looking at something. Oh, volume. Volume. 44. 40, it was 44 versus 34, so we're like 10 million behind on pace from the August 24th. I don't know. I think it's a pretty good indicator when you start seeing some of the other stocks that you're monitoring for crash or dumps or sell-offs, that if they need liquidity, that's what that's one of the first things you're gonna start seeing is you see them selling off their long positions in stocks that are, generally speaking, they're long positions. And I've shown you guys that before, that Citadel holds long positions in Amazon. Sorry, I said liquidity, I meant equity. We've got about 15 minutes left before I do the next TA. Again, I would not put it past them to do one really hard push to attempt to hit the synthetic price failure value of 35.78. I would not. There's no way that I would consider anything less than 35.78 as synthetic price failure. So in other words, like if they really want to try and maximize shedding of paper hands, they're going to try to get to this number as much as they can. And if they don't, then they've failed. And I mean, we should consider that a huge win on our part, because anytime they try to drop it, I'll give you a good example. I'll show you. I'll give you a date that's actually a really good date for a great example of a synthetic price failure that was a failure. Go back to from 720 to 723. We had a run down of about 25.4%. And oh no, I take that back. That was an up movement. You'd have to actually go back much further than that. Hold on a second, let me find it. I forgot I was looking for red. I know there's one in there. Where is it? Actually, it was GME. I think I'm thinking of GME. There's actually plenty of instances in ours. It's just I don't track those because it has to be a synthetic price failure for me to track it. But I know that there had to be some between like 913 and no, I'm sorry, 811 and 913. Between 811 and 913, there was I think there was a couple attempts. So let me go back to that. Let me find that spot. 811 to 913. I'll find it on TradingView and I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. 811 to 913. I'll put it on a 15-minute interval. Okay, so I'm gonna, just for illustration purposes, I'm going to put this over here so you guys can see what it is that I'm trying to talk about as far as like a failed synthetic price failure. So 811 was this day right here. We had a run from 811 to the 13th, which was the top right here. So let me just highlight this as a copy so that you guys can see a little bit better here. Oops, what was that? Okay, 811. I'm going to copy from the lowest point to the highest point. And then I guess what I want you to see out of this is that this probably right here is a synthetic price failure. So they tried to drive the price down, and we'll figure it out. We'll take a look at the price. Actually, it might be best to just take a look at it from right here, the actual data. I mean, this is actual data too, but it's better if I look at it here. So the price got up to 48.23, and they dropped it down to 39.32. Now I have to pull up my Excel sheet so I can tell you guys what that value is. What did I say again? 48.29 down to 39.32. Yep, 18.6%. This drop from right here to right here was a victory for us because they were only able to drop it down 18.6% before giving up and letting this run happen. Right? So this was a failed synthetic price failure. They knocked it down as far as 18.6%, and when they gave up on this thing, they let it run. I mean, you can see they let it run, and then they tried to attack it down a little bit more, and it just kept on running up, up, and up until we finally hit a new high. Then they started attacking it down, and they were more successful, and they actually did have some success, a lot more success in running the price down. I'm just get rid of this. So this right here though, this time frame right here is a synthetic price failure attempt and a miss. And this is a huge success on our part that they weren't able to get there because it needs to be at least 19.5% for me to count it. At least 19.5%. And that's 35.78 of our current price would put us at 19.5% right now on our last high of 44.44, which is this blue line right here. So if they can't make that, if they can't make 35.78 and they fail, what price would that be? Let me see. Let's assume that 18.6. We'll go with that 18.6% price and see what we got here. Well, actually, let's just go with 36.10. 36.10 is 18.8%. So they're getting close. They're getting really, really, really close, but not quite. You can tell they're struggling. They're really struggling to get this down. Every time that they let go, you can see it. Every time they let go, it starts going up. And this is what they do. They let it run. They drop down the price a little bit and they let it run and see what happens. And it gets up too high and they start running it back down again. They let go and the price starts taking off. They run it down some more, and they're looking for, it's one of two things. They're either looking for paper hands or they're looking for stop loss. Right? And stop loss numbers happen on the dollar. So they're going to drop this down to about 36 bucks. And they're going to see if there's some stop loss limits around 36 bucks. And they're just going to keep, they're fishing. They're fishing right now. Fishing for those stop losses, looking to see if they can get it there. But they're not going to fish too much beyond 35.78 unless they want to hit that SSR in case they're really worried about the price moving up too quickly on them. So that's kind of like the strategy that they use on moving the price down. And it's very, like, I'm only telling you this because I've modeled this. I modeled out GME, and I watched what they did through their price action and the history, and the similarities or the gaps that you could find in there were always at those 20, 35, and 60% percents. They were really extremely regular, extremely regular. Are you guys watching the, are they borrowing any shares? I haven't been watching. No borrowing of shares. I almost guarantee you we're going to have to see that first. In order for them to drop this down to at least this like 35, 32 level, I think they're going to have to borrow some more shares. Keep an eagle eye. Oh, I'm not putting it on the page. I'm sorry, guys. It is on the page. I'm telling you guys, watch that with an eagle eye. When I go to break next, watch that with an eagle eye, and I almost guarantee you that you're going to see those shares disappear. You'll see that good hard push down, and then they'll let it pop. I'm reading through Reddit right now. $1.403 trillion reverse repo, 51st trillion in a row. I'm just waiting for this thing. Just waiting. I'm waiting for this. It's like, when? It's like it's so it's cooking. You ever woke up to like a beef stew? You ever woke up to like a beef stew that's like cooking overnight or something like that in a crock pot, and you wake up and you smell it and you're just like, I can't wait. That's what this feels like to me. I feel like I can smell it. I can smell the blood. The blood is in the water. It's just, it's so close. Oh man. That's exactly what it feels like. Oh, whoa, whoa, wait. Um, what is this? Breaking news? Breaking the news? Yeah. Let me just look at something real quick here. Well, I guess it's 12:50. I'm gonna look at it anyways. We might see that push to get us down here to 35.78 while I'm doing the technical analysis, but we'll come back to it and look at it here. So let me go ahead and take you guys over to the other screen. Refresh a few things real quick. I'm just waiting to see the dark pools just explode. Like I feel like what they're doing is they're just holding trades off. Like I know there's oh, that's what I was gonna look up. Remind me, guys. Remind me when I get done with this technical analysis to look up something. Just say look up something and I'll remember what it is. Okay. So let's go ahead and do the technical analysis. 56.23 traded in the dark pool so far today. It's going to be about 61% in Stonko Tracker. Let's update Ortex. I didn't update it. Updating Ortex. We are currently seeing 1.9. Ooh, it's getting juicy. It's getting juicy. 1.91 million shares returned for the day today. You know what that number, if it gets up to 3. If it gets up to 3, you know what happens. Yeah, I'm not answering. Let's see here. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is going to be going down because of that to 16.39%. Options. Highest level of options currently at, oh, I didn't realize I was getting text messages. Let's see, what do we got here? Options, $37 strike price. It was 27.7 thousand contracts an hour ago. It is now up to 33.2. On the put side, it is currently at $36, which is the same from an hour ago. It went from 18.7 to 21.3. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC coming in strong with 7th. With 65% buys to 35% sales. GME still in 10th position at 81 to 19. Ooh, they're cooking. They are cooking big time. Where are they hiding this volume? Where are they hiding it? They're hiding the volume somewhere. I know it. I can feel the volume being hidden. Let's see. Shares being borrowed. No new shares being borrowed. This is just looking really, really nasty for them. 3.9 thousand contracts out of the money, or in the money, sorry, rather, for the calls. 68.9 thousand contracts in the puts out of the money. Oh man, I'm really getting excited here. NASDAQ is down 0.96%. The Dow Jones is up 0.18. Did I refresh this? Let me refresh this real quick. Okay, yeah, that's right. And the S&P 500 is down 0.2. 3,994 decliners to 3,063 advancers. Robinhood is currently down 2.73%. Amazon is down 2.61. Cinemark is up 2.02. Doge is down 1.75. GME is down 7.06. We are down 7.91. And refreshing for inflow versus outflow, we currently have a 59 point spread. 59 point spread between outflow and inflow, resulting in that 8% loss in price. On a 1 hour interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 22.15. On a 30-minute interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a RSI at 31.2. Both of these, I don't know. I don't know how they keep this up. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a RSI at 35.48. It's going to go down some more. They're trying to signal that they want to move this down some more, but I mean, it's so heavily oversold right now. So heavily oversold. Where did my numbers go? Oh, they're there. They're trying not to increase volume but still knock down the price. It's like they're fishing for uh, sell orders. They're just waiting for them to come in. 20. Look at this. 23,000 buy order for 23,000 shares at $36. We're giving them hell. We're giving them hell. They absolutely are just like they need buy orders. I mean, sorry, they need sell orders, and they're just not getting them. They're not getting the sell orders that they need. This is funny. This is really funny to me. They're not getting the sell orders that they need, and they know that if they let this thing go, it's just going to pop hard. And it looks to me like they're hiding volume. I'm not. I'm telling you, bad back. All the signs are just pointing to. I mean, everything is like so mysteriously odd, right? It's not even. It's not. This is not how it works. This is just not how it works. Because we're all right. So first off, where's our volume going to, right? So if you look at Fidelity, look at all the signs. Look at all the signs. You have Fidelity showing that we're one of the top 10 traded stocks on the market, but yet our volume is only at 36 million for the day today. Top 10, we're seventh. We're seventh on Fidelity. Seventh, top traded. How many? Look at the other top stocks that are on the list there, right? Go check them out. Go check them out and look at them. What are they? These are them right here. Go check them out. Go check out any one of those and see what they're getting in volume right now. And then sit there and tell me that we're in the top 7 traded stocks on Fidelity, and that our volume's only at 36.35. They need these sell orders to come in, and they're hiding volume someplace. They're just hiding it away, waiting for sell orders to come in. The order book's over here. I mean, you guys can see it. I got it up on the page. 100. See what I'm saying? 107. We're top 7 traded. Top 7, and look at what the volume is for any one of those other ones. And then look at the ones below us. Look at GME today. What's GME at? 2.06 for the day. We still have 2 hours left of trading. 2 hours left of trading to do. They're at 2.06, right? And their average is 2.83. I mean, they're going to do pretty much what their average volume has been, over the last 3 months, and they haven't done that in forever. It seems like it's been quite a while. They're actually doing really well on volume right now. And every time they let go, look at them let go right now. They're letting this go. They're letting it run. They're letting the buy orders take over now. And every single time that they've let this run, it takes off. And they're trying so hard to keep this from running. But if they suppress the price too much, it requires them to put in a lot of volume, and that's bad too. Which way do they fall on the sword? Do they want to see volume spike, or do they want to see price spike? I mean, still, if we're number 12 on Yahoo, where's the volume? Again, 36.5 million. If we're the top 12th most traded stock on the market, how do we have a 36.5? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on? Something's weird is happening here. It's very, very fishy. Very, very fishy. and I agree with what you're saying there. Crazy is the fact that you brought up Yahoo, right? Yahoo's going to give you like your most traded. Right? I'm just talking about just Fidelity alone. Of course, Fidelity is not going to be I'm just using it as an indicator. It's probably a better indicator to look at when you go to something like most active traded stocks for the day to day, right? That's probably the best way to look at it. It really is. The only reason that I go to the only reason that I go to Fidelity is because it shows me my buy to sell ratio, right? Because just because you have high volume doesn't mean it's a good thing, right? If everybody's selling off, that's bad. If you've got high volume and people are selling orders more than buying orders, then you've got a problem. You've got a problem, a big problem. And there's no way to see that on Yahoo. Yahoo doesn't know I mean, I guess it could show you percentage of change. Let's see. Percentage change according to Yahoo says a negative 8%, but I don't think that that's, I mean, are they saying that it's a percentage of change? No, that's not right. That's not, I think that's day over day volume, percentage change. No, it can't be because it would be positive because we're more than we were yesterday. I don't know what that is. It could be more sales than buys, but I mean we're not seeing that on Fidelity right now, and I'd be really surprised if that were the case. You know, it's funny, Stonk Master, when you said thanks for telling you about the $36 order. That's actually like when I used to day trade a little bit. That's actually a really good tool to use to be able to make trades. I want to say ahead of other people, so you can get your order filled faster, especially if you're going to trade it like at market value. Just throwing that out there. It's getting hot, man. It's getting hot. Playing with fire. I don't know. I mean, I don't. So what? If put yourself in the place of the hedge funds. What would be the most ideal thing to have happen? Like if they could run this thing sideways, right, and then close out all the orders in the aftermarket and have the aftermarket be the area where the price starts to spike, that would be most ideal, right? Because most people don't have, well, I shouldn't say most. I don't know how many people do, but I would suspect that a large amount of people out there don't have after-hour trading abilities, which is why golden rule number 3 is so important, right? Because some of our best periods of time to buy and sell are both on the aftermarket and pre-market areas. So if they can get this thing to close out without running up by the end of the day and gets this thing to run sideways for a little bit, they can close out those orders in the aftermarket hours and avoid as much of a run up, right? That would be my play. If I was in their shoes, I always try to put myself into the other person's shoes. If I were in their position right now, let's say that they're hiding volume, right? They're hiding volume and they want to be able to put all these orders into dark pools, and we're not seeing it happening right now, right? Maybe those orders go through. Maybe they make the order. They force orders through in the dark pools in the aftermarket hours, and the price just skyrockets in the aftermarket hours. If they can, that'd probably be the most ideal thing to do. This is why I told you guys, follow the golden rules. You want to make sure that you have that pre-market and aftermarket hour trading ability, because if you just don't, you're going to miss out. The buy orders at $36 are up to 33,447 orders now. A massive wall there. And there's actually a few walls built up before it. There's 2,100 at 3610, 1,400, well, basically 1,500 at 3608, 5,310 at 3606. Stonk Master's got some of his in at 3601. There's 720 there. 1,161 at 3602. There's. I'll pull it up so you guys can see. I think I can do this for you. They're not really quite on the page. Let me get rid of some of the other. I'll put you back on the main page. Oh, you should be able to see them. None of the stuff is on the page right now, so you guys should be able to see these down here. Some big orders. Look at the top up here. See this? Look at the buy order side. Look at the sell order side. Nobody is selling. You got me bad back. You got me, man. You know where that. Oh, never mind. You're gonna drag me down with you. No, I'm gonna go there. I can't help myself. I can't help myself. You know where that golden shower happened today? That's where the golden shower happened today, right here. There's a big old golden shower right here. it's probably just gonna get worse. I had to go there. That's your golden shower because you know who owns this. It's funny to me. It's kind of funny. I like it. Whatever. There was that rumor. There was definitely that rumor at some point. Yeah, I had to go there. You did it. I can't really predict, JP. It doesn't look like anybody's selling. It doesn't look like anybody's selling. It looks to me like they're having a hard time pushing this down. It looks to me like as far as borrowing goes, they're not borrowing any shares today. Why aren't they borrowing shares? Why did they stop completely? They borrowed 1.75 million shares today. Vortex is saying that they've returned a total of 2 million in shares. They didn't even borrow that many. So, they've found some extra shares to turn into Vortex, to cover some of their old loans. Where is it coming from? Where is this going to go? They have to do something. You're going to see the borrow amount like skyrocket or something. Something's going to have to give for this thing to move one direction or the other. Something's going to have to give. And, you know, I don't know. We're playing chicken right now. We're playing chicken. If, you know, I'm on Weeble. Some of the extra information that you see on here, and welcome to the site, Pokey Pizza. I like that name, Pokey Pizza. That's pretty cool. The question is pineapple or no pineapple? You know, what some of the information that you're seeing on here is Ortex, like next to my, oops, this way, next to my picture right here. That's Ortex data that I put on the screen for you. Way over on the other side of the screen, over here by my mouse, is that's Stonko tracker data. So not all of this is Ortex. The backdrop is mainly Ortex in here, but I said Ortex. I meant Weeble. Sorry. So what you're saying is should buy another 100 before market close. I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, like, how are they hiding the volume on this, right? Because every time you can see the buy orders in here. The buy orders are really strong right now, super strong. We had buy volume, massive buy volume in pre-market and leading into market open. We were looking, you know, JP said we were on pace for 220 something million shares for the day, and they've knocked it all the way down to, you know, we're going into like the last 2 hours of trading and we're down at 37. Where is the volume? The volume's somewhere. It's being suppressed somewhere. It doesn't just drop off like that. That's not how this works. It just doesn't, you don't just see like a massive push of volume that dissipates into nothingness. Because it was the entire pre-market. That's why I watched the pre-market so heavily. So I really feel like they're, oh, that's what you guys didn't remind me to look it up. I was going to look it up to see. And I'm one thing I do want to say, bad back, is that, you know, what you do is what you do. I'm not trying to tell you ever to do anything. You know, you're gonna put on your big boy pants and you're gonna make your own decisions. That's what you're gonna do. just saying, right? Like, this is not on me. You're not gonna sit here and point fingers at me later. I'm not gonna take that. You got to take ownership and responsibility for your own actions. And I don't mean to come across as gruff or anything, but, you know, you're a big boy. Yeah, no kidding, right? Sorry about that, Stonkmaster. I'm trying to pull up, I'm reading. That's probably when I'm reading. I'm trying to find out if there's a way that market makers can push closing of orders into the after hours. And I'm not really having any luck finding that, but I'm sure it's going to be difficult to find. Dude, what's up with Charles Schwab? They have a 3-day settlement period? Is that for real? Why is it 3 days? This might help me. Rulebook search is now easier. Let's see here. I'm just looking right now. I'm trying to find if there's like some kind of ability. So yeah, here comes another push down to try and get it down to that 35.57 or 35.78 rather. Wouldn't it be something if they literally drop this thing down right down to that synthetic price failure right at the end of the market, and then I don't know, maybe we get that boom. Oh, you know what? It's break time, guys. I was doing so much research here, I forgot what time it was. Bad back, you're getting grumpy, man. You need a Snickers? I'll send you one. All right, guys. I almost choked on some spit on that one. I need a drink here. This is water, I promise. But I'm coming back with a beer. I will. I'll see you guys back here in. Let's just make it 2:10, just because I kind of spent a little longer than I wanted here, and I kind of want a full break. So I will be back at 2:10. We'll say hi to all the new people. I got some new names on the list to say hi to. We'll cheers to some of the new people on our group list, and you have my information for Reddit and Twitter. Badback, you send me your address, and I'll send you a Snickers. It'll be giant king size, I promise. All right, I'm out. I'm gonna give you guys some music. Not a problem, Salty Dog. It's that time of day. Time for a toast. I'm trying to remember to make Fridays about toasting to anybody who's new for the week. Last week I kind of forgot and did it Monday instead. So if you guys didn't hear your name called out, it got called on Monday, and I kept it in the chat or in the description box. But I guess shout out to some of the new people around. If you see them, say hi. We have Johnny Espinal Almonta, Alan Stuck, EA Owns You, clubnchat, and Jake's Orquina. I apologize if I slaughtered any of those names, but welcome to the family. Again, I'll try to remember. I'm going to keep those names up there. If I see you in the next week or so, I'll say hi, and I hope other people do the same as well, because you're here for a reason. So cheers to you. Okay, it is time. Borrowing, huh? They borrowed 1.3. How low is this crap going to end at? I don't know. Zach, I don't really pay attention to price. I pay attention to volume, and today apparently volume did something extremely strange and rare, very very rare. I really don't even know what to make of it quite as of yet. I think we'll probably have to come take a look at everything on Monday, and I don't know, kind of figure out what happened, because something strange happened today for sure. Let's do a little TA. Yeah, even the dark pools just went down. Dark pools currently showing 55.54% traded into them. That's going to be about 60, 61 around there. Borrowed change is at 1.93 million. An hour ago, that was at 1.91. So very, very, very little change. Estimated current short share interest of the free float is going to be slightly down from that, 16.38%. Highest level of volume currently at $37 is 40,000 contracts. It went from 33.2 to 40. An hour ago, it was 36 for the puts. It's still 36. It went from 21.3 thousand contracts to 25.3. 40 being the look who won this week, guys. Look who won. Max Payne was $40. We didn't come close to that. Options, if you're playing options, you're getting hosed. You're more than likely getting hosed. And it doesn't, hopefully this will show some people out there that options are not for you. If you're losing in options, then they're not for you. Be the house, not the player. Buying shares equals the house. Taking a look at the main screen here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC still strong at 7th with 66% buys over 34% sales. Oops, GME was actually moving up the list. They're in 8th. 8th with a really strong 83% buy to 17% sales. So AMC and GME really kind of making it up the list here. Looking good. I'm just so used to hitting expand because they're not usually on the list. Didn't have to. All right, how many shares did they borrow? Oh, they didn't borrow anything. Yeah, there's no new borrowed shares here. Total borrowed shares for the day today, 1.75 is how much I've seen so far. So no new borrowed shares. Looks like they're going to try and close this thing out. Dead even across. How's the rest of the market doing? NASDAQ is at down 0.83%. Dow Jones is up 0.25%, and the S&P 500 is down 0.1%. Robinhood is down 3.43%. Amazon is down 2.58%. Cinemark is up 2.37%. Doge is up 1.75%. GameStop is down 7.09%. And we are down 7.57%. Taking a look at the total inflow versus outflow, we have, wow, 62% or 62-point spread between the two. For only 7.49% up. I mean, this is another key indicator right here that tells me that something weird is happening here. I mean, typically speaking, if we're up, if there's at least a 30-point spread, we're like at least like 10%, and it's 60. It's 60. That's massive. Like that, we haven't seen a spread like that in forever. And yet the spread's that much, and yet the price is only down 7.59%. To me, this seems like massive buying prevented from showing up. I mean, because I would expect this to be much more narrow, maybe like a 30-point spread, not 60. 62. Wait. Yeah. That's pretty massive. Taking a look at the volume. I'm getting 46 million shares for the day trade, is what we're kind of on pace to average, which is definitely higher than yesterday, but still not higher than where we started out when we first went into the bang phase. I called blow early. I was wrong. At least that's how they're making it look right now. The blow would have had to have definitely been a huge increase, like 70 million plus shares, and that just didn't happen. So many inconsistencies today. It's not even funny. Yeah, it's just really strange. I don't know. This will be an interesting thing to go back and look on later down the road and try and figure out what happened here. On the 1 hour interval, it currently looks like there's more buying pressure than selling pressure, ever so slightly, with RSI low at 24.78 and moving up. On a 30-minute interval, a little more selling pressure than buying pressure, with RSI at 33.51. And a 5-minute interval, we crossed over about 25 minutes ago with more buying pressure than selling pressure and an RSI at 47.6. So still room to move up here. It's kind of interesting. The 5-minute and the 1 hour looks good. The 30-minute kind of looks bad. So it's kind of weird how, I mean, maybe we'll see a change in the 30-minute here eventually. Maybe once this next 30 minutes is up. I'll come back and look at it here in just a few. I mean, to me, it's a big win, right? We didn't hit 35.78. To me, that's a big win. 35.78 kept us out of a synthetic price failure. That doesn't mean that it can't get there. I'll tell you what I'm going to be watching for. Come tomorrow morning, I'm going to start refreshing screens, and I'll be looking to see if some weird stuff happened in the dark pools in the aftermarket hours. I'll also be looking to see see if shares were borrowed in the aftermarket hours. There's a couple different things I want to see if that stuff just kind of magically appears in the aftermarket hours. I guess I don't know. Part of me's wondering if like it's possible that maybe we lost some of our volume to the shiny things on the side of the road. I don't know if that's a possibility. Oh, borrow fee up to 1.3. Wasn't it 1.7 earlier? Okay, yeah, you're right. 1.3. I had mentioned that this morning. AP says any last words before liftoff. I mean, it's just really strange. It's really, really strange to me. There's so many inconsistencies with what happened today. I mean, I could just start. No, I don't think so. We have more buying pressure. Welcome to the channel, Blocktopian 01. If there was information that would lead me to believe that, it would be very obvious. And I'm not seeing that at all. In fact, synthetic price failure, for them to hit that should have been super easy to do, especially if people are selling shares, and they couldn't even hit it. They tried and tried and tried today so many times. Push, retract, push, retract, push, retract, push, retract, push, retract. They tried hard today to get this thing down without borrowing shares. They tried really hard to get this thing down to 35.78, which is their standard for synthetic price failure, and they couldn't even get it there. The paper hands are gone. They're gone. Every time they let go of this thing starts to take off. And I just really feel like, I mean, we could probably pull out a piece of paper and start writing down all the inconsistencies. 500 million shares traded, or 5 or 600 million shares traded by 7 a.m. That was an abnormality. A 62-point spread between outflow and inflow, which only resulted in a 7% loss in price. That's a major abnormality. I don't know where else. I mean, I'm sure I could probably go through and find some other things as well. Yeah, man. You're free to speak openly around here. Just ask Badback. Ta-ching. Yeah, he'll tell you. He's getting a Snicker. By the way, I just realized that was positive reinforcement that I was giving you, Badback, by telling you I'm going to send you a King Snickers bar. That's gonna be a requirement that you have a little bit more of a positive attitude, because there's no way you're eating my King Snickers bar and not being more positive. No way. All right, cool. Yeah. Let's see. Positive reinforcement's a bad reinforcement, I think. I know it depends on the behavior. I don't know. I always get that stuff messed up in psychology. Because if you're doing something bad and I positively reinforce the bad behavior, then it just teaches you to redo the bad behavior. I think that's how it works. So if I send you a candy bar because you're crying like a little baby, I'm just teasing you. That's awesome, man. You're winning. Keep it up. Don't lose it. Keep it up. can't tell what that is. It looks like a funky eraser or something. It looks like a candy bar. I don't know what that is. It looks like one of those like Neapolitan ice cream bars. That's what it looks like. So what do you guys have any plans for the weekend? I kind of want to go see Halloween. I might take the wife out to go see Halloween this weekend. I don't know. See if she wants to do it or not. You guys have any plans for this weekend? Anything special you guys are going to do? Hey, you guys remember? Do you remember what I said about a scoop? I really wanted to see a scoop before the end. Do you see it? I kind of envisioned it being more of a coming up from below kind of a thing and settling out and then being a scoop. But I see a little bit of a scoop here. Not to mention that George W. right there. You know what would have been perfect today? Today would have been a perfect day for everybody to like transfer all their shares from DRS right back into the brokers. Let's see what you guys are saying here. Ethan, I'm going to the Formula One race in Austin. Ethan, dude, I'm here. This is where I live. I live in Austin. You're going to the Formula One. Wait a minute. Is tonight? Are you doing that today, or are you doing? When are you doing that? Because one of my favorite bands is supposed to be playing there. I think it was either last night or today. I'm not sure which. AP's doing Dune. Has Rules doing Dune. Any thoughts on if you have synthetic shares, you're gonna get pay what you pay for your shares? The race is Sunday. Oh, I thought stuff was already going on out there. Wait a minute. Let me read that again, Roberto. Any thoughts on if you have synthetic shares, you are gonna get pay what you pay for your... Okay, I think I understand what it is that you're trying to say. And what I'm going to tell you is that your shares are what are considered. I don't know who your broker is, but I assume that you have a brokerage. Whoever you have your broker through is you have what are considered book entry shares that are acknowledged by the DTC. Whether they're synthetic or they're real really doesn't matter because you still own what's considered to be there's a QSIP number that is attached to what it is that you have, which basically the DTC recognizes as a lot that is purchased through the share. You own a portion of a share through your broker. So it doesn't matter if it's synthetic or it's real. They're the same thing. It's the same thing. The only difference there's one difference between a synthetic or a real share that's completely takes you out of the DTC, and that's what's called a physical stock certificate. And a physical stock certificate is, I think you have to pay money for. I'm thinking it's like 70 something bucks or 60. I forget what the price is. It's some price. You pay some price, and the DTC will issue one stock of the company. And that's the only real, like if you want to consider what's the difference between real and fake, that's the only thing that's real, like physical in your hands that you can hold on to. That is the only difference. Anything that you hold into a broker, doesn't matter if it's real or synthetic, it's all the same. It's all shares that are owned. They have to be accounted for, and they have to be treated equally, just as equal. Yeah, so if you have Fidelity, definitely 100%. You've got you're safe. You don't have to have any worry in your share being worth less because it is undoubtedly a synthetic share. It is undoubtedly a synthetic share. Yeah, screw Casperino. Gas, Cass, whatever. The only difference is if that I had a broker has enough money to pay you out. Looks like we hit the bottom today. No, I don't know. I mean, I still think that it could go more. Salty Dog, it really could because I mean, if they wanted to try and hit like SSR, I mean, for today, yes. For today, yes. But I'm not saying this can't go more down in the future. But we'll take it step by step because really price shouldn't matter to you. It's really not about the price. We haven't closed our positions yet, so we haven't lost anything. So, we're going to take it day by day. Roberto took me there. Your thought on computer shares, you recommend it, and what's DRS? A digital registry, I think that's what it stands for. Digital registry, registered share, I think. I forget, I can't believe I've done this. No. Hold on a second. Direct registry system. I always forget what it is. It's DRS is a direct registry system, and it's a service that I'm just reading you what Reddit says, or not what Reddit. Google says. DRS Direct Registration System is a service offering by the Depository Trust Company that provides registered shareholders of the issuer with the option of holding their asset, your share, on the books and records of the transfer agent in book entry form, instead of a physical stock certificate. Okay, so your book entry form that's held with the computer share is exactly the same thing as your share that's held through your broker. The only difference is that the DTC sees your name on it instead of your broker's name. That's the only difference. And I'm trying to be as neutral as possible as a rule. I really am. I'm still trying until I have my entire case built out. I'm trying to still remain positive. So what I do want to say, that I guess to you, Roberto, is I'm not a fan of DRS. I think that DRS is really bad for us. I don't have the proof. I don't have the physical proof to prove it. However, I can tell you one thing for sure. One thing that computer share does not offer you is pre-market and after-market hour trading abilities. And if you look at my description in here, you'll see that that is part of golden rule number 3 is make sure that you have a broker that has that, because when it comes time to sell, you're going to want to sell during probably the pre-market and after-market hours, more than likely. Not necessarily 100%, but the chances are you will. And so if anything violates any of my 3 golden rules that I have for trading for this stock, I will not honor whatever it is that it has to do with, period. Because it comes down to buying and holding. And, and since it violates that, I would never transfer or buy a single share to hold through computer share whatsoever. At least not any that I plan on selling. That's for sure. I did buy a share as rule through, I bought a share through computer share so I could prove some points. Correct. That is correct. DRS shares through computer share are not lent out. That is correct. But there's a big argument to be made that a lending of shares is actually what causes hedge funds to dig the hole that they dig. So if they have to stop digging the hole, then they don't have to create liquidity. If they don't have to create liquidity, then they can start covering. Every time somebody sells shares, whether it be a broker because they don't have to hold any kind of collateral shares to the shares that you've sold or that you've transferred out of their company, or anytime somebody paper hands, like we just had 7 or 8 million shares that were paper handed, they start covering instead of having to loan shares to create liquidity. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I think DRS is bad, and because it takes the ability away from our brokers in forcing them to have to, or not forcing them, it doesn't force the hedge funds to create liquidity, and so they don't have to borrow shares from our brokers. Share in name is like title in your name. Not really. I mean, actually, you might be right. But there's a big difference. There's a huge difference between, yeah, no, you're right. You're right about that, AP. You are. You own the rights to the star on a piece of paper. That's it. And whether or not somebody else recognizes that, the case that you're building right there is that whether or not people recognize that from other locations, like another country, whether or not they recognize that may not be the same thing. But let me ask you this. If you loan, let's say you loan out money from a bank A and you put that loan into bank B, is that money your money? Because that's really what you're talking about doing, is you're loaning a share through bank A and letting bank A hold on to it for you. And all you're suggesting that you're doing is taking your money out of bank A and putting it into bank B and saying, well, it's mine now. Haha, you can't take it back. It's still your money. You made the loan. It doesn't matter. It's yours one way or the other. That's what DRS is like. It's taking your money out of the bank that you loaned it from and put it into a different bank. That's the only difference. Congratulations, you're in a different bank. It's the same thing. Chico. Straight jackets around. Yeah, so I guess the long story, Roberto, is that I'm not trying to tell you what to do with your shares. I definitely have an opinion for my own. What you decide to do with your shares is what you decide to do with your shares ultimately. Until I have definitive proof that ZRS is like a really bad thing for us, then I really shouldn't try to sway you one way or the other. That's your choice. But for me, there's no way in heck any share that I'm gonna ever sell, that I ever plan on selling, will I ever put into a company that can't guarantee me that I can't sell my share right there just like that. The very minimum, they have a 20-minute delay in their system. The very minimum. And I guarantee you that when we're having a MOASS, 20 minutes is not going to be the case. It'll be much longer than that. It's a loaded question, Roberto. It's a loaded question, man. You're asking for my opinion. And what does my opinion matter? Why is my opinion any different than anybody else's on here? Right? It's just my opinion. Are you asking my opinion? I think if you want to know my opinion, I think my shares are better in Fidelity. That's what I have. But who's to say that when this thing ultimately blows that something doesn't happen and some unforeseen event doesn't happen that doesn't screw everybody who's in Fidelity? You know, I don't know. I don't know what the future holds for us. So it's just an opinion. What the heck, AP? What are you smoking, man? I'm worried about you. All right, it does look like we're trying to break out of this ascending parallel channel that's downwards here. See if I can kind of widen this out a little bit here. Looks like we're trying to break out of this thing right towards the very end of the day here. See, now that actually is not a bad thing. What Bad Back is saying right there, having his shares between multiple brokers, the only downside to that I could possibly see is that when it comes time to sell, you better have a bunch of windows open up on your computer because you're going to be running around. Your fingers are going to be trying to type as fast as you possibly can go. And I would love it if you, Bad Back, please put a camera up to the side and videotape yourself selling your shares during the MOASS because I want to see that happen. I want to see that. I want to be able to watch that video later, like after everything's all said and done. I want to come back and watch it with you. We'll sit down. We'll put it up on a video screen. I used to multi-table poker tables, and I would do six tables at a time on my screen. And I bet you that was pretty funny to watch too. I mean, it's not a bad idea, Bad Back. I mean, you got to be ready. You got to be ready, and if you have everything set up right, it won't be a problem for you. There's no problem with having 4 brokers because it's certainly safer than having just one. But the real question is do you have 4 good brokers? Where do those brokers show up on the list? That's great, Salty Dog. I'm glad that you have multiple ways to do it. See, now Salty Dog's thinking outside the book. He's got 3 computers that he can use. I have 3 different sources as well. I have 3 different sources as well that I can sell through, and I got multi-screens on my computer here. So with one of the sources, having multiple sources to be able to have backup plans, guys. This is all great stuff. Great stuff. I like Anchorman. That was a good movie, but I don't know if I could quote it. I like the nice subtle rise here. Like, to me, this looks like, okay, guys, we're gonna let it go, but don't let it go too fast. We'll let it creep up, and nobody will notice if this thing's just kind of caterpillars its way up here. No, nobody will see it. Smoke and mirrors, smoke and mirrors. Backup plan is a ski mask and a gun. Bill says, keep giving your opinion to everyone, mostly because it's right about DRS and options, because these kids need educating. Yeah, I know, but I mean, here's the thing, Bill. If I'm not a perfect human being. I'm really not. I'll still make mistakes. I'll bet you I make a mistake on this MOASS somewhere. I'm confident I'll make a mistake, but I think if I've learned anything out of the last 20 some odd years in the semiconductor industry, it's that you want to minimize or mitigate the amount of mistakes that you make, because the more doors that you have open, or the more possible ways that you could have a mistake, the worse the mistake's going to be, right? Because if it happens to get through 5 or 6 different security doors, it's going to be a really bad mistake. So I don't know. Yep, internet, Wi-Fi, cellular backup, hotspot backup, cell phone, and LAN. Perfect. Perfect. Salty Dog's on it. Perfect. It's like when my stream went down, what was it, yesterday? I actually got back on with, I was going through Wi-Fi. I went through a personal hotspot. I said Wi-Fi. That's not what I meant. I used a hotspot on my phone to go to log back in, and it was a shitty stream, but at least I was on. Worst comes to worst, at least I can still communicate with you guys if my internet goes down. So it's always good to. I was back up and running within a couple minutes. It was probably less than 10 minutes. Look at this. I swear to you, guys, like this is the slowest crawl I have ever seen up right here. It's like they're trying not to raise any red flags. Like let's just eke it on up. Look at the hard stop points on here. Come on, where's it? No new shares loaned. Crazy. Now that tells me some important information right there. They have some inventory that they have stashed. Because they only loaned 1.75 million today, and they're still hitting the order books. Yeah, Bandaro, you're right. I know most of the time when they get hit, they disappear pretty quickly. I would agree, but there's still orders though, and that does tell me something. It tells me that they have an excess inventory of shares on hand. So that's a little disheartening. Just because I know that we've got to get through some of that before they have to start loaning some more again, which is unusual. They don't typically do that. Normally they loan as they need them. So they've been keeping an inventory. I love how they're just really letting this thing just very slowly eke up so that nobody really notices. This is that scoop I was talking about, though. I'm gonna AP. I'm gonna call you at home if this thing starts taking off in the aftermarket hours. I'm calling you just so you know. And also, guys, there's something else too. I'm gonna go ahead and remind you all since some of you are here listening now. I'm thinking about doing a space call on Twitter for those of you who use Twitter on Sunday, Mondays, and Tuesdays for like an hour. Just so we can talk and like chat and like just have yoke it up and stuff. We'll cover some DD and like maybe watch some videos or something like that, and I can play it in the background. You guys can hear it, and then we can just laugh at stuff and just kind of joke it up and whatever. But it'd be kind of fun to have more than just me talking at you and you guys chatting on the screen back to me. I think it'll be a little more fun interaction. But I'm planning on doing a space call for like an hour. I'm gonna be doing DD anyways. Like Mondays, I have to take my daughter over to soccer practice, so I'll just be sitting in a truck, sitting there for an hour. So why not chat with you guys for an hour and then Sundays, it's a relaxed day, and then Tuesdays, I don't know. I just threw it in there because my wife works Tuesday nights as well. So I'm thinking about doing that space call on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday at like 6 p.m. for like an hour or however long we can stand it for before we get on each other's nerves. Yeah, AP. No kidding. There's a really good book out there about something like that. Yeah, see, we can talk about all kinds of crazy stuff, you know? New season of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I don't really watch that show, but, you know, if it floats your boat. Well, here we go, breaking through this thing. I mean, it should be a really hard breakthrough. This is a two-day descending parallel channel that we're breaking through. I mean, this is a huge success, guys. The fact that they didn't get us down to 35.78, it was only 35.96. I mean, I'll calculate it out. I'm not going to consider it the bottom because it didn't hit the synthetic price failure, but 35.96 is 19.1% from 44.44. So they didn't get it. They need to hit 19.5 for me to count it. It's close. It's really, really close. But you know what that's only good for? Hand grenades, horseshoes, and nuclear bombs. 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So like for me right now, it would be 3. It's like 3 hours from now. You know, give me a chance to eat, spend a little time with the wife, and before I send her off to work, kind of thing. And then, but it's not going to be. I'm going to start on Monday this week, just because Sunday she's got off, and that's our anniversary day. So. Bondaro, Bondaro's on my show. Bondaro signing off. See you later, Bondaro. Have a great weekend. You know the usual. Eat, sleep, drink. Spend time with the family. Spend time with the friends. Whatever it is that makes you happy. Cheers, mate. Cool, man. Very, very cool, Salty Dog. Like I said, I'm real easy to get a hold of. I don't have like a huge following or anything. So at this point, I really respond to pretty much everybody pretty instantly. Usually pretty instantly, not always. And obviously, the more busy I get, the harder it's going to be to do. But oh yeah, nice. Let's see, what day would that be for you? 27th? Yeah. Look at this breakout, guys. See bad back, everything stinks about this. We're breaking out of a 2-day ascending parallel channel. Everything stinks. This stinks to high hell. You can't tell me this is not how this works. This is not how this works. Not on a 2-day channel. This is not how it works. Hey, congratulations, Azrul. 20 years. That's awesome, man. Congrats. I'm on 6. I spent. Actually, I don't know. That's bad that I don't know. Uh, I'm going to say I spent 16 years in my first marriage. So I got you beat. I got 16 plus 6. Wait, what do you mean it doesn't work like that? Sure you can add it together. Duh. I'm telling you, Badback, something happened today with the volume. Like it disappeared into like La La Land. Um, I would not be surprised if something crazy happens in the aftermarket. I agree with what you're saying. When have you seen this before? I'm just deleting this. I don't know. Too much. What we're gonna look at, I was gonna look at the 30-minute and see how that. Yeah, there we go. See, it flipped on us. 30-minute improved. I'm ready for this weekend. I really am. Hiccups. Not good. Well, you guys, it's been a fun week. We've had a very interesting week. It's been maybe stressful for some of you, maybe not. Maybe some of you made it through just fine. I'm like trying to do something at the same time here. It's not working. And, so, you guys know the normal routine around here, right? Eat, sleep, drink, spend time with the family, spend time with the kids, go do something fun, get mentally prepared for next week, because it is a new week, and we have plenty to watch and plenty to follow. So, it's always the same thing. Don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now in Espinal.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
There's something happening here, but what it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. There's battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds are getting so much resistance from behind. Time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street, singing songs and carrying signs. Mostly say hooray for our side. It's time we stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Paranoia strikes deep into your life, it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step out of line, the man come and take you away. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop now. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going. We better stop. Children, what's that sound?
Or of the SEC staff. These events are part of a larger story about the intersection of finance and technology, which have lived in a symbiotic relationship since antiquity. And one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation.